Пані і панове,
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the open dialogue at the local self-government reform 10 years on the march, challenges, meanings, future. The organizers are the office of the local authorities and regional authorities under President, and also Ukraine Crisis Media Center. And I would like to pass the floor not just to the moderator of today's event. I would call him the one who gave the inspiration, who joined united all of us together, Vyacheslav Nehoda, the head of the Office of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities under the President of Ukraine. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, the participants of the meeting, and also those who watch us online. Good afternoon, and let me greet those who are offline and online with us. Our event is broadcasted at least on 3 platforms, and as far as I can see, we have the representatives of TV channels. And I would like to wish us fruitful work today. This day for us is the open dialogue. But nevertheless, we've already mentioned, but I will say that again. The topic is the reform of self-government, 10 years on the march. Challenges, meanings, and the future. And I think that is the most important thing here is the future. What do we think about the future? How we are going to develop our country? The decentralization website, our informational partner, which is represented by Ms. Natalia Petrunyak today. Today is the 1st of April, and today is 10 years since the concept of the reform of the self-government was implemented, and we call it shortly decentralization reform. So we have the reason to meet today and to discuss some questions related to a very important topic of the development of democratic authorities in Ukraine. That is the wording used by the Council of Europe on the basis of the 12 main principles. So I'm not going to mention all of them today, but you can check them. It's very rare when we mention them. So the necessity of this event is caused by the fact that before the full-scale war, we had lots of achievements, but after the full-scale Russian war, we faced lots of challenges which affect the whole system of the executive and self-government and parliament authorities and in general civil society. So it's obvious that in these conditions there is a need to reconsider some of the clauses which the reform was based on decentralization, and to form the new stages of implementation of this reform. Probably the most important thing we have for now is victory. That is our common task, and nevertheless, it depends on the effectiveness of the authorities on all of the levels. And of course, as of now, we have lots of questions and lots of problems which are very important at the moment, and we can hear it quite often on the common events. But today I would like to stop on the mindset and strategic objectives which should be the basis of the state policy on the balanced self-governments and also the local authorities and the local executive authorities. Therefore, dear participants of our event, let's open our dialogue with the most conceptual questions. And in the agenda, we have the key questions for discussion, and we would like to hear your personal opinion on that as representative of the central authorities and self-government and local authorities. We will have experts and actually all of those who participated the changes. And this dialogue also foresees improving the communication between all of the stakeholders, and I hope that we will be able to hear each other, to make our positions closer, and to improve our collaboration to find the answers to the questions listed. Thank you very much for participating in this dialogue, and thank you. I would like to thank Ukraine Crisis Media Center and Dobre Project for organizing this event. So, coming back to our agenda, I would like to introduce you the first group of the participants of our dialogue that are Oleksiy Kuleba, Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine. He is online with us. Oleksandr Korniyenko, First Deputy Chairman of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Mathieu Maury, Secretary General of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, Ms. Olena Shulyak, Head of the Committee on Organization of State Power, Local Self-Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning, Ms. Oleksandra Azarkhina, Deputy Minister of the Local Authorities Development, and Oleksiy Chernyshov. Can I call you the Minister of Rada Development, Territories and Infrastructure till 2022. And as you can see, we have the representatives of, in fact, all the branches of government. And the first speaker we will have is Deputy Head of the Office of the President of Ukraine, Executive Secretary of Local Government, Regional Development and Urban Planning, Oleksiy Kuleba. Good afternoon, everyone, dear colleagues. I'm very glad to see all of you. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants for your work. Some of you work for 10 years, some have just joined this process, but nevertheless, I would like to thank you for this meeting and the results we have. We are not ashamed for what we have achieved, and I think that today we will hear lots of things about successes of the reform of decentralization today. And it is very important to mention that, unfortunately, due to the full-scale war in Ukraine, we were able to see how efficient is the decentralization mechanism when lots of gramadas and when lots of heads of these gramadas were deciding themselves the problem they had, thanks to the governors and also the heads of administrations and the other representatives of central authorities. And that is our country. And of course, this kind of resilient institutions like self-government is a basis of our state. What do we do as the representatives of the Office of the President of Ukraine? And I know that many of you are the part of the local and regional authorities. So that is a platform created 3 years ago by the president, and it's been 1 year since we restarted its operations, and now we can see that the communication and the dialogues are more efficient in our Congress. And in 2023, we had more than 30 oblast meeting with the participants of the government that are starostas, mayors, deputies, ministers, militaries. And I would like to thank all of you because it's really important. And I would like to say that we want to have this year the second summit of cities and regions in Ukraine, and the focus of it will be a few important tasks. And without the representatives of the local authorities, we will not be able to implement that. That is the trans-border cooperation, that is the common recovery projects. And I would like to thank the ministry for their leading role in this process, and the committee, the vice speaker who is today with us, for their work, for their support in implementation of these projects. And of course, our third task on this summit is the implementation of the veteran policy project and rehabilitation. That is a very important context for us. These 10 years changed our lives. They changed the capacities of our armadas. And each of you are the part of this reform, and therefore I would like to wish you not only just fruitful and open dialogue, but I would like to wish you that the results of this meeting and the decisions made today to be implemented successfully, and for them to be adapted to the conditions of war. And the war is ongoing, and we have to understand the priorities of the government, and we have to understand the responsibility of each and everyone on our side, on our places. And therefore, dear colleagues, let's work fruitfully. I wish all of us, first of all, victory and glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes. Thank you, Mr. Kuleba, and let's continue our work. I will try to quote you, Mr. Kuleba. We need to quote those who we respect. In December 2023, you said that Bucha and the locals is one of the places where Ukrainian self-governance and decentralization defeated the Russian Federation. That were your words, and in my opinion, that is straight in the bullseye. And in this case, you mentioned Bucha, but the other armadas, they became more resilient thanks to the reform, decentralization reform. But the reform is still ongoing, and we have experience which is forming our mindset, and maybe even we are reconsidering some certain things. So you were always in avant-garde of the processes, and you were always able to raise above the shallow things, and to see the general picture. That is my opinion. And I would like to ask you, how can you evaluate very briefly what we have achieved, and do you think that it's worth forming the new concept? I mean, not the document, but I mean the conceptual vision or the strategic vision, considering the new challenges we have. Thank you. Mr. Vyacheslav, you complimented me so much that now it's very hard to say something simple. I have to say something really visional. So first of all, it's interesting. You said that the first group or the first panel of this dialogue, and it's interesting that we have the representatives of the central government and the parliament, and I have just thought that in our dialogue, in Central Authority, we have never had any kind of doubt in Central Authority. So during all these 10 years and the first cadency and the 8th cadency, the Central Authority was always for, we have the common position, despite being the part of different political parts, and the topic of the reform of self-government and decentralization, the reform of executive power, it's always been the thing which was uniting all of us, uniting different people, different communities. And In our dialogue between the central authorities and local authorities, we always were able to find consensus, even during the most difficult times. For example, when we were making the road map, that was just a map. It was very challenging, and I see the people nodding their heads. Then we had COVID. That was also a big challenge, I guess. You remember that different cities, different towns were resisting COVID measures, and in the end, we gathered and made conclusions, and then we had war, and luckily the war did not had a negative effect on the activities of the local authorities in the beginning. So that was a big common work on protection of our homes, on our land, on our people. And then we do understand that when the army is moving from Kyiv, we have more political activities, but they are not that much critical, and we do not have the meetings, the riots of the mayors against the centers, so we do not have anything like that. So it's really so great that this is the kind of reform, and this is a kind of system of politics which is always in dialogue, and we always find the answer sooner or later, but nevertheless we find these answers, we find consensus, and they are always related to a very certain things. If we're talking about the meanings and the future, I think that is a successful reform because it is about the life of people. So if we need to simplify it, that is actually the life of people, improving the life of people. Let's bring back the word improving without any kind of political context. That is making the resources closer. That is enhancing the locals in their communities, forming elites. And all of these things is something that will give the opportunities to the people, which will make them capable to live better. And the next step, if we're talking about some vision, I think that the next 10 years will be related to us joining the European Union, but also it is a logical consequence of the reform. I would use the word evenness. So we made the reform which will help people live better, but now it seems that some people live better, some people live worse, because that is a reform. It was it was developed in these ways. So we will come to some certain point which will make the level of our life more even, not only due to the narrow understanding of evenness. When we take money from the rich and given to the poor, thanks to Minfin, Ministry of Finance, and our Lord, and make it the system more even means that we need to undertake lots of steps. And why do I relate it with the European Union? Because the picture is somewhere in our minds, and Ukrainians will also have this kind of picture in their minds, that the European Union does not have this kind of extremes, maybe only the countries which have recently joined the European Union. Nevertheless, even those countries which joined the European Union recently, they still have a better life than we. They have increased GDP, and they have higher salaries, high resources, and all of these things are not that different. It doesn't matter where do you live. You live in the countryside or you live in the city. You always have a high level of services. And when we are talking about the vision, I think that we have to reach this point. And if we say more pragmatically, we need to say that there are many steps related to financing, to management, to the labor resources, and I think that we are going to discuss all of them today, and also the administration of the local taxes. And we'd like to talk about that, but I wish we made a step forward altogether. So, in fact, we have that in plans, a strategy of income, but nevertheless, it's also very abstract. So, we have to do something more solid, more concrete. And when we're talking about management, of course, so our debt, it's already a debt. It's not a plan. It's our debt to change, to make amends to the constitution. And we have to fix it on the level of the constitution, the model which we have in fact now. So we have to discuss it in details. We have to discuss the post-war period, but in general, we have to do it sooner or later. It's better if we do it sooner. And when we're talking about some visions, in this case, it's good if what we had between the 8th and the 10th cadency, when the powers of mayors, of lobbyists, those who were professionals, when we joined our powers, and all of these construction moved from one power to another, and there were no many strong doubts. So there were some adaptations. People were saying like, okay, we see it in this way, we see it in that way, but there was nothing like, we stop this reform and let's do it from the scratch. So let's use the model of 1994, for example. We didn't have anything like that, and I think that is very good. And I think that the challenge, post-war challenge we will have, is also to relaunch this reform, to make it develop, and to get the answers we will need. So first of all, Mr. Kuleba has said that we make to do our lessons learned and to understand what was working well. And if something works in critical situation, it means that it really works, that it's working system. And in critical situations, something fails in this case, we need to consider, we need to change something. And I think that our future is good because it is something that will happen to us. We will need to finish this reform. We will need to. It is unstoppable. It is always going to be on march because always there are challenges, there are always opportunities, and now it is joining the European Union. And speaking of the challenges, that is the problem, the challenge with the labor resources, and also the situation with the people. Demographical situation will be also the challenge for the local Ramadas. What should you do when without labor market, without actually even people? Where do you find them? And not all of the ways to create people fast really work fast. So all of these are challenges, and in post-war period we will need to manage that. And I think that finishing my speech, finishing my welcome remarks, I think that all the practical things which we have on the table, we need to prioritize them for these half a year, for these few months, because Verkhovna Rada Parliament has some certain capacity considering this situation, and Roman Nizinsky is watching at me. We have to prioritize, and I think that financing situation of the military needs to implement better, and to have maybe some consultation, maybe another round of the consultation. That is on the one hand, and on the other hand, everyone understands the situation, and we understand all these budget situations. We do not want to come back to autumn 2023, but it can happen that we will need to do that for some time. Therefore, coming from the global to the local, Me personally, I always appreciate our legacy. So let's bring philology back. It's not something that it's not always bad to be something. Someone who was before us. And I would like to thank Yuri Ivanovich, Miss Olena Boyko, and everyone who were with us. And we have to thank somehow Vyacheslav Andronovich knows for sure the times when Roman Besmertny was designing it in 2005. In fact, these kind of processes are very long, and these kind of long processes, this is a successful reform because it was amended 150 times, and we were checking, we were trying, we were testing. Maybe you remember a strong movement how to become the town of the capable town. So even 15 years ago, people understand that it's important. Therefore, we have to remember who made the first steps, and but also we would like to thank our team, especially our president, who was saying that don't take anything from others, they need to have something. And also the issue which we were discussing for quite a long time, the local councils, and that was also the decision not to change everything very sharp. So we would like to see the representatives from the association and different colleagues, and of course we would like to have no empty seats in the room of the association, because at the same time they have some kind of meetings, and sometimes they cannot delegate one person out of 4,000. So that is the story of the relations. So let's improve our story of relations. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko. Yes, we do appreciate the good feedback about this speech. I would like not to remind you about our agenda, about our timing, and we might not finish, but at the dialogue, as Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko said, these dialogues was started by Roman Besmertny, and I think that it started even earlier. I would like to thank for your optimism, for your realistic optimism, and at the same time you also mentioned that that we have one more task, and that is really great, and we dreamt about it. That is European Union, and of course it means big obligations, but that is the thing we wanted, and now we have to do that. But speaking of the standards of the local authorities, speaking of the ideology of the local authorities, I think that the main thing is the Council of Europe, because all the countries are the members of the Council of Europe, and they are following the orders from Strasbourg. And I would like to say that the next our speaker is the Council of Europe, the Congress of the local and regional authorities of the Council of Europe, and I would like to quote the words of Mathieu Maury, that is the Secretary General of the Congress of Local and Regional Authorities of the Council of Europe, and he said that, in my opinion, actually, that is a mindset thing which should be in any kind of society which is developing its own democracy. From local democracy, and without local democracy, you cannot have democratic state. So democracy protection and the law of justice, and also recognizing the of the role of the local authorities is at most important. I was impressed by the role of decentralization, which allowed the local and regional authorities to overcome the consequences of the war. And thanks to the support of the Congress of Council of Europe, you can rely on my strong will and to support Ukraine and its democracy. So I'd like to invite Mr. Maury, Mathieu Maury, to the floor. But in fact, in Europe, they have the day off. You know that it's Easter Day, but nevertheless, we continue working. So I would like to pass to Mr. Maury. Greetings from.
One of the most necessary, successful and popular reforms in Ukraine, and it should be continued in line with European standards. This is the way to further enable strong, accountable and inclusive local self-government and bring democracy closer to citizens. We pay tribute to the key role played by local and regional authorities in Ukraine's resilience today. They are, and will continue to be, major actors in the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. Decentralization will ensure that they are efficient, transparent, and that they bring a necessary local perspective. We welcome also the high-level dialogue with our Ukrainian partners, engaging the Parliament, government, presidential office, and associations of local and regional authorities. The Council of Europe continues its close cooperation with stakeholders at all levels, striving for a lasting impact of Ukraine's multi-level governance reform and supporting its EU integration. Beyond a doubt, decentralization is of paramount significance for the democratic future of the Ukrainian people. As always, the Council of Europe and its Congress are with you. Slava Ukraini.
Slava. Дякую.
Thank you, and I'm sure that the Council of Europe will stay one of our main partners, actually the major supporter, and we will continue working with them in Strasbourg format, especially on the development not only of the local authorities and self-government. We are going to discuss it later. When we are talking about decentralization, we have to balance two parts, that is local governance and the executive branch of power. Without these, our bird will not fly, because both wings have to be effective. Miss Olena, can I quote you as well? Actually, very good words, and all of us are reading you. So you said that it's important for us to finish the reform structure fully, to achieve first the capable Radas which can recover and develop. Second, we have to identify the role, that is money and responsibility, and the third one, following the laws on all of the levels. You said it in March 2023, and today is April 2024. I agree that are the main objectives, the main tasks, which are the part of the reform. And now it's been 1 year since you've said these words, and we are talking about it once again. And another thing I would like to underline is that we were very lucky with the committee you are leading. All of us were lucky. But I think it's not enough, and the first vice speaker, Oleksandr Sergeyevich, was mentioning that, because some separate projects, single projects cannot get to the parliament. And we are talking today not about the technology, but I have the question, is what do we need for the parliament to adopt the draft laws which are resolving the issues you raised, very important issues. So we have some of the other questions, and how can we be helpful for the committee in this part? Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm very glad to see all of you today in this room and those who were starting this process 10 years ago, and to see almost all our committee, which became the leader not of the policy forming, but also in the implementation of decentralization reform. Today we see the representative of the association which are uniting the self-governance. We see the experts which support this process, and maybe they support not only the deputies of our cadency and many others, and I think that everyone feels that they are the part of all of it, and we understand that all the decentralization reform should be ongoing, especially during the Russian full-scale war against Ukraine, especially when we are moving intensively to the full membership in the European Union. I really like the words of Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko, who said that the decentralization reform is improving life of Ukrainians, of making it more modern, to get high quality services, different services, medical, educational, and we can continue. This list is endless. And actually, during these 10 years, we achieved a lot. But I think that today we have to answer honestly. Do the citizens of our Hromadas have all the opportunities to have an impact on the decisions? Can they have an impact on the recovery and reconstruction? Do these e-petitions mean anything when you can sign thousands of them and then these petitions are not considered? And can we actually have an impact on the budget expenditures? And I think that the obvious answer is obvious. So yes, we lack the impact of the ordinary citizen on them. So sometimes we can see how the road is changed too often, and it is covered by the question of inclusivity, and we can see at the program of protection of the city is smaller than the tourist program, and we can see how money are spent on the cabinets of the authorities, on the personal vehicles, and we can see the protest against the budget expenditures when the armed forces are not supported. And that means that in the parliament, yes, you are right, Mr. Vyacheslav, that there are some certain draft laws which have to be approved soon for the citizen to partake in all the processes and to use different instruments and tools to participate. And we have a great subcommittee, and Alina Zahoruyko, she is a member of our committee, and she has already prepared for the second reading 4254, that is a law on public consultations. And I would like to ask you to help to support this draft law, because this draft law is a part of the Ukrainian facility fund, and in fact there are not that many laws mentioned as the steps which are needed to get 50 billion euro for 4 years, but this law is there, and we as a part of this committee, we were trying our best to add a few clauses on the tool of the local democracy, and the importance of it was mentioned by Mr. Mathieu Maury, and we were doing our best for the law 6355 was also the part of this Ukrainian facility fund. But unfortunately, none of these three documents are there. This weekend, I was working in Irpin. We were working with e-reconstruction. We were meeting with the utility companies. We were meeting with the recipients of the state assistance. And one lady has asked me, what what do you have in the parliament? What kind of discussion do you have there? Because we are talking to the representative of the union of the housing, and she says, I'm following that because I'm also the part of the local organization, and it is important for me for this law to be adopted, because we have to prepare 6319 for the reading in the parliament, and the parliament has to adopt all the laws on the participation of the citizens in decision making on the level of Ramadas, and to do that this year. And Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko was talking about some certain things, and how sometimes it is hard to prioritize laws. And we have an example of Mr. Roman Lozinski and the law on the transparency in self-government, and I guess it took 3 months to overcome all the obstacles. First, opposition political party was blocking it, then the European Solidarity was blocking, and then all together. But I'm sure that when the parliament wants and understands the importance of the law, it can unite, and the approving council can approve it. And Mr. Vyacheslav, we will do our best not to have all these constant discussions, but to have some solid things, some solid actions. 4298 is a very big step. 1 year ago, we was talking about some certain things which we have to do during 2023, but the draft law on the work of the local administrations is being discussed for probably a decade or even more, and we are very glad that we managed to have a few discussions, and here we have a leading position Mr. Vitaliy Bezhin has, and we have discussed this topic with everyone we could. We listened to all the recommendations, and finally it is ready to be voted for. And this draft law is included as a step, as a marker for the Ukraine facility plan, and I hope that it will become the draft law which will be adopted this law. And of course, the things we're discussing, that is the delegation of the responsibilities, and administration of taxation, and the other issues which are mentioned in the steps and the plans of the government and our committee, for them to become the markers of and to be implemented. And I'm sure that our committee will do everything possible for the decentralization reform to be continued, even in more intense, and to be done at more intensive, even despite the ongoing full-scale Russian war. Thank you, Ms. Olena Shulyak. I think that the plans which the committee has, considering the active position which the deputies of the parliament and the members of the committee have, that is a real task. And I think that we also have today the representative of the association, and their role in the reform is, it is hard to overestimate their role. And I hope that when we're discussing these kind of important questions, so we're able to find the consensus, and we are going to talk about it when we will have the representatives of the association panel. But that is also very important, and therefore I think that the biggest support we can provide to the committee is to have the common position of all the associations and to support the deputies to implement the tasks which were identified. Mr. Oleksandr has mentioned Roman Besmurtny, but not to have some vacuum when we are talking about decentralization. If you don't mind, I will name those who, in my opinion, had had and have relation to what we are discussing. That is Геннадій Зимко, Володимир Гройсман, Олена Бабак, Денис Шмигаль, and finally Oleksandr Chernyshov. There is a comma there. It's not a point, it's not a full stop. There is a comma there. And Oleksandr Chernyshov, who is today with us, and I would like to give him the floor from here to move straight forward. Miss Oleksandra, don't you mind? We will talk to you later about this I would like to ask, I'm not going to quote Mr. Minister, but I would like to ask you. I think that it's important to ask how did he manage to have the understanding between all the stakeholders when he was holding the position of the minister. First of all, when we are talking about the committee, I remember that we had lots of meetings, lots of on-site visits when we were preparing the presentations at night, and it was required from us that every point has to be approved with the committee. There should be nothing done when not approved by the committee, and we were agreeing with the cabinet of ministers, with the committee, with the offices of the president. We were approving everything with these three stakeholders, and that was difficult and probably even unusual because it seems like in different times I was working, but nevertheless it appeared to be the right thing and it appeared to be resultative. And I think that it's the thing which we have to learn from. And during when you were the minister, I remember that we were signing the memorandum on the platform of the Congress, the memorandum between the ministry, the government, the president, who was leading this process, and also self-government, which is, and this memorandum is still in action. It was a very difficult decision, but it was very long-term decision, and I think that it has affected another interest we had, and now you hold a different position, but it's some kind binding you. So I would like to pass the floor to you. What is your opinion about this decentralization? Do you think that were the correct steps? You, as a representative of business nowadays, that is a very important business for Ukraine nowadays. So what is your opinion about these processes? Thank you, Mr. Vyacheslav Nehoda. I'm really, truly glad to have this meeting today. And today we actually have anniversary, 10 years. And I remember the stone miles of the implementation of this reform. But nevertheless, I would like to start from another thing. It is said that most of the meetings start with Ukraine urgently needs reforms. And that happens, this phrase is used for more than 30 years. And sometimes it is more intensive, sometimes less. And in fact, we have not that many reforms, and we have even less successful reforms. We can count it on our hands, maybe just one hand. And in this list, the decentralization reform will be the first finger which we will use. And I remember 2019, it was a symbolic year for all of us. And I remember the first meeting at the office of the president, where Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko has presented me when I was one of the heads of the administration, he presented the key conceptual thesis of the decentralization reforms, and I have noted a phrase which follows me everywhere: the powerful, strong Rada is a strong state, a strong country. It seems like it's a very simple thing, but on the other hand, all of us understood how important it was and how important it is when it comes to existence, protection, and survival of Ukraine as a state. Decentralization reform is definitely about the direct financial support, about increasing financing, about responsibility, about delegation, but in my opinion, one of the key achievements of this reform is that, Ukraine has always suffered from paternalistic moods of, we called it, of paternalistic moods of the population. So it is not allowed to say just population. In our Hromadas, we have citizens. We have citizens of Rada, and the decentralization reform has made the citizens of Ukraine citizens of Rada citizens, and they were the ones who provided the resilience, as it is called now. They demanded from the heads of Ramadas, and they found it. We were able to preserve our country, to protect our country, also because of the reform of decentralization. And the reform of decentralization is the big, strong basis of the resilience we have demonstrated from the first hours of the full-scale Russian war against Ukraine. And therefore, I would like to thank all the authors and everyone involved to the design of this reform. It was always a pleasure. Most of the reforms, they are not very welcomed by the people, because only Putin understood the importance of this reform. Nobody likes changes because all of us strive for stability. And the decentralization reform, that is a complex reform, and it was an honor for me to be the head of the local and regional authorities and infrastructure. And can you imagine that this is a union of Hromadas? So that is the division, another division of the districts. And who out of 11,000 heads of Hromadas wanted to leave his position? So can you imagine suggesting that to the heads of the heads of the Hromada? But we had to find through different ways: political, civil discussion, association. That was a very fair mentioning, and he paid a lot of attention to the work with association because that was their role, and I think it was quite efficient, and we would like to thank them for this. And I remember the times when we had the roads blocks, and these questions were for me: why your roads are blocked? Because people are not satisfied. People are not satisfied from the very beginning. Therefore, when we were looking for the ways to unite Hromadas communities, changing the design of the Hromada districts, and the main thing is fair and open and transparent elections, which are the basis of the life of Hromadas we are living in, and we will live for some certain period of time, and maybe for quite a long time. And therefore, I think that we've done a big piece of work. And in fact, the role of Verkhovna Rada, Parliament, and the profile committee, and I'm really very glad that Mr. Korniyenko used to be the part of this committee, and I guess he was the one who was promoting this reform. And today we have lots of issues. Let's be honest. Did the decentralization reform make the step back? Is the decentralization reform stopped the ambassadors of G7 ASCAs? No, the decentralization reform is not. It cannot be stopped because decentralization reform is, first of all, the thing which changed not the borders between Hromadas, it has changed the mindset of the people, which became even stronger. And therefore, I understand that some of the things have to be a bit postponed when it comes to authorities and power. But after victory, we understand that how everything will work later. I would like to use this opportunity, and considering the agenda, I would like to thank everyone once again, everyone who was involved to this process, and also the representatives of the deputies of the parliament, the office of the president, of course, government, and not only the Ministry of Regional Development, and also other associations which have joined this process, and of course, and it's also the main thing, the activists who were making us move forward. And the last thing I would like to say is Mr. Nehoda had the key role, and I think that nobody minds that he is the one who deserves our support and our applauses, and let's congratulate him with the 10th anniversary of this process. Thank you. Let's move forward. Thank you very much for these very good remarks. And let's talk to the new ministry, which has absorbed or expanded the Ministry of Reintegration. It's actually regional development. It's really great when strong teams unite. And it's a really great process, and now we we will be able to discuss it later. So, Ministry of Infrastructure as executive power is the key ministry which has the authority and obligation to form the state policy on the local governance, and also the other issues, and also the other things we're discussing today. That is a single state authority which has this power. We can discuss a lot, but that is a key official body. On the 8th of February 2024, we had the chance to hear how the team of the Ministry of Infrastructure has presented the results of the work and the plans for 2024 on the regional policy and decentralization on the meeting of the committee. And the last week, on the 26th of March 2024, thanks to your ministry, Ms. Oleksandra, the Cabinet of Ministers of Ukraine, by its decree, by its order, has approved the measures on the reform of the self-governments and for 2024-2027. It is public, and if you want, you can check this document. I have read it, studied it in details, and the question is that I would like to ask. The thing we are discussing today, does this plan consider the current consumption, which is also approved by the order of the Cabinet of Ministry, and it is still in force, and it was not changed. And And then another question I was asking all the other participants, is there a need for an updated conceptual document on building good democratic governance in Ukraine? Because there are lots of terms which were made in 2019, but I think in this case the question is even deeper. If yes, then how are you going to revise these questions? Or maybe this ideology which is in this document is enough, and considering the current challenges, we will move forward. Ms. Alexandra, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank for the opportunity to be with you today, and I can even not rely on the previous team, because we are the representative of the current team, and we were lucky. We didn't come on nothing. We came to the fertile soil of decisions. And speaking of the roadmap, then of course we were relying on the concept, but it was important for us to have the position of the government here. And the two big factors were the reason of understanding where the reform is now and where we move forward. First of all, that is war, and then it is the opportunities which are related to the Euro integration process. And of course, most of the clauses, luckily, there is nothing new there, because that are the tasks which we understood we will have even 10 years ago. At some point we had to make the hardest part, and so, for example, we have to have the monitoring, and I think that it's a very big challenge, and I'm very glad that we have the discussion, the dialogue now, not only, and that are the things which are not that easy. A big challenge is everything that is related to delegation of the authorities, because that is also the question of money. But also there is the thing which I want to get rid of, and that is everything that is related to the local authority. And I'm very glad to see Mr. Maksym, thanks to whose energy we are working on this direction, and also the thing which is related to digitalization, which can become the tool for decentralization. Why do I believe that we can have more results out of this situation than we ever could? Because on the one cup of the scale, we have the administration of self-government. And how can we answer the question honestly if the head of Rada is asking you, what if this system will work in this way in one part, and if I'm not the member of the ruling party, it will work in another way? So that is a question of accountability, and therefore we started to develop the register of the self-governance decisions. And the idea is not a new one, but it is important nowadays, because without this first step, it will be very difficult to provide accountability. And I would like to thank the committee for the law on the transparency and accountability of the local governments, local authorities. And yes, among many other standards, there is a standard of the register of the communal assets. It seems like a small thing comparing to the scale of this reform, but it is a nice marker of the reform, which is getting deeper. It should be deeper to the level not of the local authorities, but to the level of citizens. It should be in the hands of the citizens, and therefore I can see the aspect which is related to accountability, more efficient use of the resources. And me, as the Kyiv citizen, I want to see the register of the communal assets. I also want to see the register of the decisions made, and I want to see different tools and all these things which can help to have an impact on the processes in this city, because in this city it seems like the reform didn't touch it that much. That is my opinion as a person who lives here. And now when we're talking about digitalization in this process, that is a big block of questions which is related to the financial capability of Hromadas. Our Hromadas, sorry if someone disagrees with me, I think that Hromadas didn't learn how to earn money in legal ways. So they learn how to do that in many other ways. But when you understand that you are not just a mayor, governor, not a political actor, but you are the leader of Hromada, and you have to see the business case, which has to be efficient for the citizens, that is not the thing we can see everywhere. There is a skill, there are some certain tools, and I'm restless saying that when I'm telling to the partners when there are local taxations, but nobody see that. That is a passive role of Hromadas, and it is impossible to have it in this way. If we want to have Hromadas developing their documents in the right way, and for the documents to be transparent and accountable. I wish one of the provisions in the roadmap, that the Hromadas have to be financially capable was the realm. And we need the digital solution which will unite the mechanism. And it's not a difficult tool, but it will open the own capability of the Hromadas. So it will help to inventorize the tax registers. And that are the solutions which will help us to revise the taxation and to suggest better way to use them. That is something that we need. And I believe that thanks to these things, we will be able to get to Euro integration easier, because Euro integration in this perspective is something that is along the task we have, because we want Hromadas to have an impact, the citizens to have an impact on their life. And I think that is an important step. We had a minister which has a super portfolio, working with many investments, working with monitoring of the regional development and also development of self-government. And last week we were in Poland on negotiations, and we are trying to deep dive into their successful case of using European funds. And in fact, this portfolio of combining regional development and investment funds, which exists on the state level, including the roads, energy sector, yes, that is exactly what we have in our portfolio. That is a thing which helps us to intensify our leverages, and we want to see Hromada which will be able to use its own resources, which will be able to use its own financing, and this financing will be based just on the direction which is provided by the government, but by the priorities which Hromada will define itself, will discuss with its citizens, will design and will promote, advocate, and some way fight for these resources. And then when we are speaking about the roadmap, and that is a thing which has changed, obviously, because of the world military administrations and the need of coming back to the normal way. That is a big challenge, and the teams of the ministry has developed the basic understanding which will regulate it. We have passed this document to the Council of Europe, and then we will start the formal process. This draft law will be a minefield. There will be lots of questions on how the decisions are made, and because this authority cannot fulfill its function. And how can we start the backwards process? If we start the backwards process, how the elections are made, especially considering the situation that it's impossible to hold elections nowadays. And even having the best experts of the Council of Europe, we understand that they have never had this kind of experience. And it's really great that it didn't have this kind of experience. But the democratic country in the state of war is trying to improve and preserve its democratic tools. So I think that we have to work with the local democracies. We have to work with all grassroots initiatives, because otherwise we will have no opportunity to analyze the situation. But we have to have the vision of how we are going and what we are going to reconstruct and recover, also considering different institutions. Therefore, these key things, the roadmap, yes, we were working with the station on it, and it's important for me that that is a document which has to the timeline and the responsible stakeholders. You were asking Ms. Olena on where we are, how we are. For us, it is a working document. It's obvious that it's impossible for us to work on it without the parliament. And luckily, Ukraine has lots of partners, a project of technical support, and they are the co-authors of the reform. And in fact, we have the action plan. The action plan where we state that each measure has the support of the partners for us to be able to implement these tasks. And that is the way how everything works. Only together we can achieve the results. And now we need to do our best because our timeline is quite limited. Thank you, Ms. Oksana, and of course we wish you the best, and we wish the best to our ministry because lots of things depend on your work and how we are going to move forward, and where do we move to? You were talking about the experts of the Council of Europe. I think that there are no better experts on the decentralization reform. You will not find. So I think that the best ones are in Ukraine, and I can name lots of big countries which in 1980s started the reforms, and until now they have 36,800 communities and they are not able to manage them. One of them is 8,000 communities, and they are not able to manage it because they started from the wrong step. And there were some in Switzerland, in Norway, and they are celebrating 4 or 5 years after they managed something. So our experts are the best, and maybe at some point we will even help the Council of Europe. So we have a dialogue. So maybe one first question to anyone, or otherwise up to 1 minute. While everyone is thinking, I will use this minute. So the other person who we forgot to thank, but maybe that's great that we have forgotten, but it's bad on the other hand, so we have to do that. So I would like to mention the support by our partners. First of all, by our European partners. Those people of expertise, money, projects, you lead that, and you know, so many of them. That is a reform which was supported all the time. And for example, Mr. Milbrandt, that is, you know, foreign our uncle reformer who is coming here recommending something. We are listening to him, not always, but he's helping us a lot. So dear partners, I know that you hear us via internet, and we always appreciate these expertise and that they believe in our reform and believe in the Ukrainian Hromadas, because most of these expertise and this support, I think 70% was going on the grassroots level, on Hromadas, on communities, on capability building, USAID, Hoverla, and similar projects. We had lots of them, but we will have lots of them in the future. They are fantastic when it comes to development of the capabilities, because the state doesn't have these kind of tools at the moment, especially, first of all, they were given not even the fishing rod, but even the draft of the fishing rod. And then Hromadas were thinking how to build it. Some of them got to the fishing net, as Ms. Alexandra has said. Not all of them used the recommendations in the proper way, but that's not the question to the partners. And we truly believe that the next step will be projects like Interact and other big Interacts. Our Hromadas, having the capacity they have, they will able to analyze and to process these projects. So we are asking them to look for the English-speaking managers and to build this capacity. And I would like to thank once again our partners. Believe me, I have sent to all our partners these invitations. We did not forget about them. We will never forget about them. They are with us. Some of them are online. You were mentioning some of them. Mr. Hanesa is with us. All of them are with us, and we cannot imagine our work without them, without the Council of Europe and many others. So, dear colleagues, maybe one comment. No other comments. So I think that because of me, we are not following our timeline, but I think that is a discussion with the first group. It was very important, and therefore I would like to thank you for staying with us today, and that together with you we are making our future, and that together with you we will win for our common future. Thank you very much. So I would like to invite our speaker. Dear colleagues, let's look in the cameras. All Ukraine is watching us, and we have lots of participants. So let me introduce you the second group of our panel. In the beginning, we had Mr. Roman Lozinsky, member of the parliament, but unfortunately, he had to leave. But nevertheless, I will name him. He is with us. Vitaliy Bezhin, member of the parliament, head of the subcommittee on administrative reform. Larysa Bilozir, member of the parliament, head of the subcommittee on administrative services and administrative procedures. Alina Zahoruyko, member of the parliament, chairperson of the subcommittee on elections, referendums, and other forms of direct democracy. Vyacheslav Rublev, member of the parliament, chairman of the subcommittee on regional policy and local budgets. And I was already saying that we are lucky with the members of the subcommittee and with how professional they are. And they are becoming more and more professional every day. And I would like to say that the members of the parliament are working with the local administrations, military administrations, Rada citizens, community citizens, and in this way, you can feel deeply the pulse of life, the pulse of changes, the request for changes, and to feel the necessity of making decisions. So the general question to everyone, but each of you can tell your opinion. So once again, I would like to come back to the general question. Does Ukraine need a reconsideration of the reform? Does Ukraine need to rethink the reform of local self-government and territorial organization of power, decentralization of power, and who has to provide the leadership of the process? So that is the main question which I address to everyone, but nevertheless, I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Vitaliy Bezhin. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon on those who are online and offline. Thank you very much for organization of this event. And yes, when I was calling you in the morning, I will repeat it once again because that is true. Reform lasts for 10 years. Some will say that it is justified that the basis of it made even before. The parliament has changed, the government has changed, the presidents have changed. Only experts at Nehoda were staying in this process. You are the only person who is a part of this process. That is an objective truth. Thank you very much for your huge contribution, because Ukraine had this reform nowadays, and Ukraine, when it receives some kind of recommendations and checklists and similar things from our European partners, we have almost nothing on self-governance, only some amends on the regional policies. So first of all, it's thanks to you. Now, speaking of the general things, I think that I will have lots of reflections, because I would like to mention many people. When we started this way 4.5 years ago, and we did not finish, and we do not know even when it will be over. But yes, decentralization is stable for all these 10 years, because despite all the political changes, we had a great transit from one system to another. And in this room, we have Yuriy Hanushchak, we have Yuriy Ostapenko. They remember that because they were in summer 2019 when Gennady Zubko came to the new president of the office, to the new team with the slides, and he was showing how you have to continue the reform. And that's true. That is a separate story. Rublev is in this panel. So then we had another thing. So I remember when Oleksandr Korniyenko, I remember he left now, and I remember him calling me to the office, and he said, do you know about this reform? I said no, and he says, it's okay, we need to finish it by the local elections to have this reform everywhere. Then we met with Vyacheslav Nehoda, and we had to do something together, and that time we were not just on the different levels of understanding. That is the team of English Premier League and the Ukrainian Amateur League when it comes to our levels. And we made something together. And I think that what we've achieved in 2020 is at most inclusive. And we have really great results. And Vyacheslav Chernyshov went to another team, and Vyacheslav Nehoda was a part of those team. So we have 4 heads of subcommittee, and when we were working on different topics, it was very important when it didn't matter where the laws were written. And nowadays we have the Congress, and that is another important platform. And first of all, it means that our president pays attention to self-government. And the way how Congress works in 2023, 2024, I mean the dialogue and how we build this dialogue and the practical resolution of the problems, it is really important. And we have one more person here, Oleksiy Kuleba. And taking the small pieces of puzzle, we make a big picture, and thanks to these, we have good results, because decentralization is more than some certain personalities or political brands, and that should be in this way. In the previous panel, we've heard that Europeans are asking, does something happening? Is something cancelled? But it's impossible. It's impossible to make decentralization move backwards. Yes, there are some new challenges. The way how the state operates in the state of war, that is a huge challenge. Yes, we have military administrations, but nevertheless, even in the legislation on the military administration, we were making it in March 2022 in the most difficult conditions. Does any other European country have this experience? And I bet they don't. Do these countries have experience of transit period? I also doubt, because I think that Miss Alina can say what kind of experience we've seen from Balkan countries. And I think that we can already teach them how to overcome this period. Therefore, we have to be proud as a state on what we have achieved. And when I'm saying all of these things, I was mentioning the cabinet, people who work in the cabinet. So the main thing is what is happening on the grassroots level, and that is the local authorities, because the local authorities and their hard work, which was at most visible during the war times, that is a success. Ukraine resisted in February-March 2022. In one of the first reasons was the successful governing, and some of the people who were staying in their Ramadas, they saved them. Alexander Babich, for 2 years, he is captured by the Russians, but they stay in their Ramada. They continued working, and that is the reason of the resilience of Ukrainians. So I do not know how can we plan in for 10 years in advance. Well, Mr. Maury was online with us, and in 2023, I had a funny moment about him. His team was contacting us, and I was told that Mr. Maury wants to have a Zoom with you. It was around June. Do you have something on the 30th July 2023 at 3 p.m.? Do you have something at that time? And I said, I guess no, because we are not planning for more than 1 week in advance. So 10 years is a very big challenge, but let's think, do we finalize all the processes in administrative part? No. In Crimea, in Autonomous Republic of Crimea, we do not have Gramadas. In Donetsk, Luhansk Oblast, we do not have them just everywhere. So we have to have Gramadas everywhere. And when I'm talking about them having Gramadas everywhere, I'm talking not only about Autonomous Republic of Crimea, I'm also talking about Crimea. Crimea is not in the general framework of the decentralization. I do not know whether they like it or not. I mean, those who decided to have the event simultaneously with us. So we have to provide all administrative issues to be resolved on the level of legislation. The second thing is the system of the full functioning administration. It will not be full functioning until the central and the local authorities will not divide the powers. And it is impossible without amendments to the constitution. It is impossible without perfect functions. And that is the thing which has to be done. Another important thing, and I'm sure that it's a big piece of work, that the territories, the separate territories, have to have the separate development policies. And first of all, I mean the occupied territories with the transit period. I mean those ones which were occupied for 10 years. I mean the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, but also Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast. I mean, those ones which are close to the Belarus Republic and to the Russian Federation. I mean, the rural areas as well. And they have to have their own policy. They have to have their own approach. And thanks God we have the European funds for that. And we need to learn how to use them. And the fourth thing, important thing, and now I'm looking at Pavlo Ostapenko, all the network of the services have to be on one thread of administrative division, administrative territorial division. So that is the basis. So we cannot have healthcare in one dimension, in another education, in another judicial one. And I think that everything should be synchronized. And when we're talking about 4 big blocks for the next 10 years, and I hope that it will take just 5 years, that is something that we must do. And it doesn't matter how long the war would take. It doesn't depend on how progressive we will, how much we will progress in Euro integration. That are the blocks we have to do. Thank you, Vitaliy, for these clear thoughts. And you have identified some certain things which we will need to change and which identify all the system, define all the system. But there are some things which we can do now, having the current model, and Oleksandr Korniyenko was mentioning that our main task is the quality of the services. We are not just doing reform just to have it and just to put a tick in our list. And administrative services became the basis, is an important part of the reform itself. And Ms. Larysa Bilozir, member of the parliament, and I think that we know her more about her work on how she tries to manage this system. And we also have Mr. Viktor, and I think that you have something to say because it's not about uniting or separating someone. It's just the thing you have to do. Ms. Larysa, the floor is yours. Greetings, dear colleagues. Greetings, those who listen to us online. So first of all, I would like to say that this atrocious, full-scale Russian war was a challenge for the service providers, for the civil society, for the government, for the parliament, and it has proven that decentralization is a successful reform which is implemented well and has to be supported. And the first thing which pops up in my mind belongs to Francisco Cisco. First, you do what is necessary, then you do what you can do, and then you do what is impossible to do. And we are doing what is impossible to do. And we were talking about the life pulse, and sometimes we start losing it, and we lose it because we lose the trust, the communication, and the dialogue. And that is the biggest problem, because the local authorities are not always well heard. And unfortunately, it reminds me Prego's painting Babylon Tower. It seems like it's beautiful, and it's the plot, biblical plot, and you see that it starts destroying slowly because people lose the opportunity to communicate. And it seems to me that the thing which can unite us all today, self-governance, government, parliament, is our strive to join the European Union and the all-seeing eye of our international partners. And everything is listed here, and we do not need to repeat that on our report. Everything is mentioned in the report of the European Commission. Everything is clear that decentralization is a successful reform, is that we need to reform the tax authorities, the income taxation to support it. We need to, when it comes to administration of the taxation, we need to delegate that to the local authorities. And that are all the things which we were naming today. But when you read the facility plan, which was filed by our government, everything is not clear there. And it is so clear in the report, and it is so unclear in the plan, and that were us who were preparing it. The Europeans, when they were making the reform and the facility plan, everything was there, and also we lost lots of very important things. I mean, the amendments to the law on the administration, territorial administration, and what kind of changes, what kind of amendments is not clear. So the facade is really nice, but we can see that it's been damaged, and we need to work on it. And there are some certain general features about elections, about the parliament, about multi-level governance, about civil society, about the public administration reform, about fiscal decentralization. We are talking a lot about. And let's see what our government wrote in facility plan to evaluate the opportunity of reform of the personal entrepreneurs' income. So all of these things are on the parliament, 14 draft laws, and everything is better than what we have nowadays. For example, the things which the local authorities are asking for. For example, the entity can be in one town, in village, and they can pay to city. Then taxation on the place of register, and that are all the things we are discussing. We have taken the income taxation from Hromada communities, and the reform of this reform would have resolved this issue. And now we have the problems with where are this money, where is this money, where are these drones? Maybe these drones are there, but that are the defense procurements, and they are not very transparent, and 100 billion were taken away from Hromada, and we would like to see them on the front line. And the draft laws which help Hromada. So Hromada say that it's hard for them, but they want to help the armed forces of Ukraine. Why don't we give them this opportunity? Maybe some of them are afraid that Hromada will make a PR on this. This is a question of our survival, and you cannot promote yourself in this way. People are leaving. People are leaving not only from the executive authorities, but also they are leaving because of the constant optimization, and we lose these opportunities, and people are leaving Hromada. And I was mentioning that today with my colleagues, and today we have a very big issue. I was asked not to talk about elections, but I will say our election code was evaluated by the European reports as the positive one. We have the open list, and everything is good in this election code, but I was not voting for it, and I do because we have partization. Mr. Oleksandr Korniyenko was mentioned because policy does not allow us to be united. That is partization of political parties. I'm sorry, Mr. Bezhin, but our starostas who are not elderly, so who are not elected, and we have lots of problems related to that. And imperative mandate, that is the biggest evil we have. And even Venice committee, Miss Yulia Volodymyr Tymoshenko, it was insisting on it, but as of today we have the situation that even Venice committee say that it's not democratic process, and we have the conflict. We want to talk about union of all branches of government, and everyone is not along with each other because of this mandate, because the political parties are calling back the people. They cannot approve the budgets, they cannot help the armed forces of Ukraine, they cannot help themselves. And I think that these are the things we have to change, and things like Mr. Kuleba has mentioned today. We had 30 meetings of the oblast level with the oblast, and with on each of these meetings, so we were talking about the administration, taxation, about other laws, and we had 30 meetings. Okay, so what? And in the end, these law is blocked by the parliament and it's out of the agenda, and they are saying that the office is against it or the Minister of Digitalization is against. But it seems like everyone is for this law, and that is the capacity of our armadas. You are saying that we want to synchronize. Mr. Bezhin is saying that we want to synchronize all the services to have everything clear according to the administrative territorial division. And so far, only the centers of the administrative services provision are synchronized, and healthcare and social sphere are not synchronized. And having these centers and not covering the salaries, and Hromadas are not even able to cover the salaries of one administrator of these centers, is a problem, because people are leaving these work in centers because the salary is low. They are leaving Hromadas because of the conflicts, and also they have high responsibility. And by the way, the law which we have suggested on the sufficient salary for the salary to meet the requirements of the minimal salary, it is in effect after the martial law, and the government is still working on these. So we have lots of problems, we have lots of challenges, and the reform is successful, but nevertheless we have to give it nutrients, the nutrients which will not take 1-3 years. We have to do it in 1-2-3 days when we have the real political will, and we should do it not in words but in deeds and support decentralization. Thank you, Ms. Larysa. One of the questions I was asking, who has to be leading these processes? Because I totally agree with you. We can have lots of meetings, and your committee is one of the most active ones on communication, but not all of these things are resolved through legislation. There are so many things which are resolved through administration or through the government, and I can see that I made a systematic mistake, and the ministry should have been in the third panel or even the fourth one. The members of the parliament tell me. I'm not going to comment on that, and I think that what I said should be heard, not only heard, but also they should have participated in this open dialogue. But we have discussed that in the first panel when Mr. Chernyshov was with us, and I think that you understand what I'm going, what I mean. So we have a perfect election code. Everything is perfect. Ms. Larysa says we have some partition, but decentralization is, and democracy is a high level of the local democracy, which is based on the election principles. So the difference between a self-government and local authorities is that one are appointed, and the others are elected. And it's important to stay leaders not only in when it comes to the centers of the administrative services provision and also election processes. And Alina Zahoruyko is I actually, you have a very good committee, and I do not know who was appointing you, who was electing you, because you are a gift for us. And Alina Zahoruyko, who is responsible for elections, referendums, and other forms of direct democracy. Can I say a few words before we have I use the opportunity to say that, Ms. Larysa, people might be willing, but we will never have the direct elections of elderlies. It means my speech will be very short. Ms. Larysa has spoken about election code. We have talked about elderlies, and what am I going to talk about? About centers of administrative services. So you have taken a bite of this topic. And now I have to say something. Ms. Vyacheslav Andronovich, I would like to congratulate you with the 10th anniversary of this reform. I have to say that I can feel Maestro's hand in how this panel is formed. We have 4 piles of decentralization, subcommittee, the basic level, regional services, people, about people, with the people, so we can feel your level even here. Thanks to the head of the committee. So that is a reform. We have a lot to say, and we have some successes, and I think that we've heard this word mostly. And with all this success, we can also talk about some challenges. We had some gaps, we had some failures, and Ms. Larysa has mentioned partization. Yes, we had it, but nevertheless, we have to move forward. We have to look in the future. We have to form the vision. We have to fix all the failures we see, but nevertheless, we have to be logical. So speaking of the decentralization, I wouldn't say probably that, but because of the martial law, we have to talk about decentralization of the power and decentralization of power. Because for some in some cases it is very important, and when we have too much of state in everything, it's not that good, because we have elitism, and it's not really good. And when we have lack of state, it means that we are talking about institutional weakness and bad management. And I think that our committee is looking for the balance between centralization processes and decentralization processes. And even the draft law, which was mentioned for quite many times, 4298, is also about this topic and how decentralization reform is ongoing. When we have finished everything with the basic level, everything is more or less clear, and then we have to develop a regional level. And the draft law in this case, we are talking about the authorities of the local level, about the supervision of OMS, and besides that, we have also many other topics which we have to mention when we talk about decentralization. Ms. Larysa, I'm going to talk about your. So you mentioned administrative taxation. 9599D. Do we need it? Yes, we need it. The salaries of the local authorities, do we need it? Yes, we need it. The education of these trainings for these workers, do we need it? Yes, we need it. So that are the things we can start voting for and we can start implementing for. And in this case, we have to mention the context of the good governance, dobre wrядування. So the name of our complicated name can be shorter. The Committee on Good Governing, and it will cover all the topics we are managing. Is it a good idea? Yes. Super. So speaking of it, speaking of good governance, let me finish. So there is no concrete definition of it. Everyone is giving their own definition, their own interpretation, and I think that for Ukraine that is a great opportunity to make our own analysis of the experience we have and the context we have, and in the end we will have the absolutely new definitions and in the key of when it comes to Euro integration, and also when we talk about the simple interpretation of democracy as just elections. Elections is just one of the markers of democracy, but we have other democratic institutes. So that are the institutes when the citizens are developing some policies, and when the citizens have an impact on the process of decision making, and that is also the part of 42, 54, and other draft laws. And finally, my expectations. I want to see the day, the plenary day, the session day. We can also call it the day of good decentralization. When all these draft laws, one day, one session day, we will have communication, write text messages in chat, and the day of decentralization and self-government and good governing. Thank you. Give him the microphone. After Ms. Alina, good governing. So I want to make the marketing. So we have the committee. The Committee of Good Government under the under the office of the President, and we will have the day of good governing. So I think that's a good option, and Mr. Tem is clapping his hands. So we have two great ideas, and we have to implement them. So first of all, we rename the committee, and after that, we do not insist, but as for voting, yes, we insist. And the second thing, yes, it's true that 3+1 association will contact the parliament with this offer. 3+1. It cannot be in this otherwise. So we are all together. So decentralization appeared as a term. I will not tell you when, and it appeared in the documents and in different orders, but that is the part of the state regional policy. So that is a place where it appeared first, because regional policy is sometimes considered as regional development, and the state fund of regional development and similar things. And in fact, regional policy is made by everyone, by all the subjects of it, and even the president is a subject to regional policy, and the government and everyone. And we have in our committee, in good governance, we have some committee which is responsible for this question. Why did I add it? Not just good governing, but in Europe they call it good democratic governing. It can be good for someone, but it should be democratic as well. So the representative of this committee, Mr. Vyacheslav Rublev, let's sing together with all of us. Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate everyone, because we are 10 years in March of our decentralization, and that is the time which I remember Roman Besmertny, and when reform went down to people, and I remember that at that time I was just watching policy and was involved in it, and then when I was the member of the local council, and we had some plans which we had to approve with the regional parliaments, and this document was changed, and I didn't vote for it on the regional in the regional parliament. I decided that it's that we have to postpone it, and then when I was in the second regional parliament, when that were the volunteer unions, and I saw this document for the second time. Larysa, you wanted to add something? Yes, you proved my voice. Okay, so what do I want to say about what we are doing? During this period of time of our process of decentralization, we've done a lot. And maybe some of the things were made not fully, but nevertheless, today, when we are going to the regions, when we are meeting our territorial gramadas, we can see that we have a successful positive reform, and we can see the feedback from them, and we understand what do we need to do, what else do we need to do, what they would like to see. Some of the ideas we just borrow during these kind of forums, and here I would like to thank our foreign partners who help us to organize our events. And I remember the first forums when we had similar organization of the committee, and we were holding this forum because of our initiative, and we have the backbone of those forums, and all of us were doing similar things on our territories, and our muse is writing something in his phone, but nevertheless, in our committee we have the people who maybe in some case are by accident there, but they were working very hard. And when Oleksiy Mikhailovich was minister and you were the deputy, and Mr. Oleksiy, and he's not with us, but he left. But that were good times when we were able to come with any kind of question, and the doors were open, so you could come to the office or to the ministry, and we could resolve the problems. And we were taking the oblast heads, and for 4 years we were talking about the association which was not working. Vyacheslav Andronovich was the person who we discussed this topic a lot with, and how we can proceed with it. And in the end of our cadency, Varur is the organization you can work now with, and you can talk to them. They are open, and it's so nice that we are inviting the head of the oblast administrations when we're organizing these kind of forums and events for the heads of the territorial gramadas. But nevertheless, we need to make an emphasis that we need to gather the heads of oblasts, radas, councils, because unfortunately we did not cover this layer, and they have their own ideas and the way of implementation. And the legislation, we are writing that they need to have grant programs, but that is once again the human resource, and how can we educate them in this way? Because with the oblast level councils, it's harder because we have better situation with the human resources, and with the local authorities it's harder. But I think that in the next years, in the next steps, we have to work on decentralization with the executive committees, because the oblast civil administration nowadays that are military administration, they will not be able to stay military administrations after victory, and we have to prepare for the next steps. And by the way, Ms. Head was mentioning the heads of the different gramadas were coming to us, and we were giving them the explanation on the budget adopting by the oblast councils, because regional councils, because there are some odd ends with the legislation. And I would like to amplify that I don't remember. Avro doesn't have it because my colleagues say that they did not receive the letter from our committee, and I guess that we need to copy it. The one we were voting for. It is also important because the heads of regional administrations are waiting that together with the military administrations, because during the martial law nobody has internal fight for political power, we have the fight against the common enemy, and that is the thing we have to do in each city and town. And finishing my speech, I think that we need to plan together with the committee, with our Western partners, with other associations, the forum, where we can gather the heads of councils. And I would like to say that in Rivne, but we do not have a representative of Rivne today, so we will need to do that in Volynska Oblast, and I would like to invite you to have this kind of, maybe it can be Vinnytsia, but Vinnytsia doesn't want that, so maybe we'll need to do that in Lutsk. So I think that we will use this opportunity, and the committee is always ready for these kind of dialogues, and we will have the separate group where we will have associations, and I think that we will be able to talk about that later. So, dear colleagues, maybe you have questions. We have 1 more minute. No. Okay, so I would like to thank our, so to say, I would like to thank our parliament leaders on decentralization, on reform, and now on democratic governance. So, right now from Strasbourg, I received the message. The new standard on good governance, the recommendation of the Ministry of Council of Europe on good governing. From 2023, we have 12 really great principles, and we have to study them. And I think that all these recommendations, which we have, and I think that we will public these principles. These that are innovations, because we are talking about the European chart, and that is also, these principles are based on the European chart. We know about. We have everything there in these 12 principles. So thanks to our panel and your offer, the Council of Europe has heard us. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Participants, thank you very much for introducing them. I would like to clarify whether we have those who are online. Okay, so if you don't mind, to make the process faster, I would like to ask Mr. Andriy Sadovy. First of all, I really appreciate that he found the time for us. I know that on Monday it's really hard for the to participate the forums. So it's a coincidence that on the 1st of April is Monday, but nevertheless, I think that a good start for the weekend, actually for April, for June, July, and for the next 10 years. Mr. Andriy, in 2023, on the 10th All-Ukrainian Forum of Self-Government, you participated in it as well, and I heard your saying where you emphasized that the main topic now is our victory. Exclamation mark. And you also said that now it's not the time to claim that you were not given something. If there is a problem, you have to be stronger and you have to suggest the ways to resolve it. And under the pressure of the head of Gramada or the Association of Gramadas, no minister, no member of the parliament will resist. Believe me, they did not resist, so they are not there anymore. So the question number one is, do you see... So that are the questions which are so important for enhancing the government and which is provided. Where do we lack the pressure of gramadas, of communities and their associations? And the second general question is the mindset one about the future, considering the achievements. And don't you think that we have to form the new concept or the strategy, considering taking into account the results we have achieved and the new challenges we see today? So before you became the mayor of Lviv, we had the discussion with the institutions and the Council of Europe and the European community in general. And what do we need to become more attractive? That is the resolution of the Euro Parliament, which was made in 2021 on the reforms in Ukraine. It was said there, I'm not going to list everything, but in the end there was the name, the recommendation to the European countries to study Ukrainian experience in decentralization. And I'm passing the floor to you. Thank you, dear head. Mayor of the city, dear heads. First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation. Yes, in fact, 10 years passed like one day, and the achievements which we have today, they have another understanding of decentralization and of understanding of our responsibility for today. And yes, in fact, on the previous forum, I was talking about our victory, and I would like to make it more concrete, because our victory has consists of two parts. One part is the occupation of our land, and the second one is reconstruction of the country. For us not to wait for messages from the European Union, from the linear ministries, but cooperate with the ministries, with the government, with the partners, and because one day is worth 1 week or even 1 month, especially responsible, and especially we are talking about the responsibility of the cities which are more safe, because which are safer nowadays, because we do understand how hard it is for the government, for example, in Kharkiv. We cannot even compare their situation with what is happening in Ivano-Frankivsk or in the other cities. And here we have to implement the new systems of management. And today you can see everything that is going on in the world, and that are the best practices. And we need to implement the best practices, because the war is sharpening the feeling of justice and the feeling of personal responsibility. And me personally, I felt that, and I feel that I did not do enough. I feel no pity about cooperation with different institutions, and typically, having the sober mind, I can explain everything clearly, and it is implemented well. But sometimes, but the war makes us stronger, and I would like to give you a few examples. In the beginning of 2023, we started thinking, okay, we live in war. That is stress, that is shellings, that are attacks, and probably every Rada community has or had their own strategy. The strategy they are using. Some of them have big strategies, some of them have few strategies, but so far it is important to have not even strategy, but solid steps. And we made it together. And I would like to name you 7 points we are using today. And the implementation of these of them is important for us every week on each meeting. First, that is helping the armed forces of Ukraine. More than 10% of our Rada is reserved for the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. That is more than billion of hryvnias, and international partners are also participating in it. So on the territory of our Rada, we have lots of innovative productions because all the military productions are out of Lviv since the beginning of the war. But this innovation of developments, drones, anti-drone systems, and different equipment is procured by us. And we are passing that to our militaries, to our servicemen. 30,000 families are waiting for their relatives, and every day we are conducting procurements. We are not asking the government, what do you need? Because the government has its own task, its own problems, and we have stopped any kind of repairs in the city. We do not spend money on anything but financing education, healthcare, humanitarian sector, everything that is possible we give to our Radas. The second thing is the question of rehabilitation, and that is the support of veterans. More than 17,000 wounded were accepted by our municipal hospital, and every day we accept new servicemen. And we have 2,000 beds, and all of them are occupied. And therefore, the surgeries of the highest level, and also the production of prostheses, rehabilitation, social, economical, housing construction, employment. All of these is a second priority. In addition to that, veteran hubs. And the veteran hubs are needed not only for the veterans who are returning, they are needed for their families. If today we will not be leaders and we are not going to go to the families, the people who want to exploit the families, understanding their difficult situation. And in Lviv, the next week, we are going to start, the 6th recruitment center, and we are helping our military commission, and we want the people to make the decision, their own decision, to participate the army and to serve their country voluntarily, because that is the right way. That is the second block, that is veterans and rehabilitation. The third step is resilience. Every communal utility has 2-3 times more resilience. Before the war, we have built the alternative system of water supply to energy supply to all the water stations. So when Lviv is attacked by stations, we still can supply water. And I remember during the last Congress in Kharkiv, I was telling that to Kharkiv authorities, and they did not believe us that things like that are needed. But luckily later they joined this process, because yes, all energy supply system can be destroyed, heat system supply, but we have to have resilience, and we have to have spare generation, and we have the second and the third spare generation facilities. The other question is, it's surprising, but nevertheless, there are the new services in education, the new services in culture. In Lviv, fortunately, children are going to school. We have the bomb shelters and everything is fine. But why education is important? Because the war creates we create stress, and if this void thing is fulfilled with fear, this person is easy to manipulate with. And if the culture is fulfilling this hole, in this case, the person is becoming strong. Therefore, we support different cultural events, and we have the art center. It's $10 million is the investment to build this center. Another block which is very important nowadays, that is innovational economy. Lots of businesses has moved, and we need to have innovations everywhere. But first of all, that is military innovations, because today we do understand that everything can be produced, and we have to produce all the military things in Ukraine. And here we have good capacities, because we can help with the land, with the organization. And self-government is really important here. Another block is separation with international organizations. I couldn't have done even the 10th part of what was done if we did not activate our work with the regions, with the countries. For example, there are people who work, there are the separate clusters, and we are rebuilding we are involving the government's mental health. We are involving Hromadas of Uzburg city, and on liquidation, the German government helps us. And in May, we will have the big center of prosthesis, and also our German colleagues are helping us actively. And today, we have to have the formula. Every Ukrainian city, every Ukrainian Hromada has to have Hromada partner, community partner in all democratic countries of the world. That should be opportunities of cooperation with the regions, and because that is a thing which is overlapping, and then we will have higher resilience, and we can share experience, because we need this experience. For example, with Manchester governor and Liverpool governors, we're involving European cities and Ukrainian cities, and we're going to share experience. And of course, one of the key questions, that is the question of union. We have to pull ourselves together and to cooperate with regional authorities, with the government, with different institutions to find the common points, because I cannot think in the way you are thinking. You cannot think in the way how I'm thinking. But we have to think together, because one region and the victory will be the single one. So resuming, no stress, the feeling of personal responsibility, looking for practices, and work, and hard work. Our strength is in unity. Thank you very much for gathering all together. I wish to all of us a good, strong energy. Respect you and love you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to hero, and glory to self-government. And where is the applause? Oh, great. Thank you very much. Mr. Andriy, thank you, Mr. Sadovy, thank you very much. You've said so many things that I can quote you for a few more events. Okay, you will need to organize all these events. Thank you very much for your leadership, and I would like to emphasize that Mr. Andriy Sadovy is the head also of the local chambers, so the Congress of Local Authorities under the president, and all the representatives of Hromadas are the members of it. And it's great that Lviv and you demonstrate this kind of optimism and desire, willing to win despite all the challenges. We wish you good luck, and we hope that we will meet you soon. Thank you very much. And we continue our work, and we have today We have different associations together with us, and I would like to say, and I would like to underline that Andriy Sadovy is the head of the association, so everything is fine. And today with us, we have the Association of Ramadas presented by Mr. Ivan. We have already announced it, Ivan Slobodianyk, and this is an association which is on different forums. It emphasizes the importance of the questions which are related to the rural communities. And that is a very important thing, because in big towns and cities, they have their own questions, but when we are talking about the provision of the development of territories which are managed by the village councils, we have very important questions. We know that the government has presented to the European Union the plan of reforming of 15 sectors of economy, Ukraine facility, and I hope that it will bring 50 billion euros to Ukraine. And in this document there is a point on the strategy of development of agriculture and rural areas till 2030, which should have been approved in the first quarter of 2024. And I would like to ask you how this direction is overlapping with self-governing reform and considering our strategy of action. Thank you, Mr. Vyacheslav, saying it's 100% overlapping. And speaking of the context of the European Union, I think that 2/3 of the European Union are directed to the agricultural sector, which is related with the rural areas development, and 95% of the budgets of the members is fulfilled with the agriculture, and 5% more is the policy of union. And speaking of today's dialogue, I think that there are some certain things which are common for everyone in nowadays. That is the thing which Mr. Andriy Sadovy has mentioned already, and I think I would like to divide my speech in two blocks. The first one is the conditions of work of the self-governance, and the thing which is said about the successfulness of the reform. So yes, the first step of the reform is already made, but the responsibility and the possibilities which were provided to Ramadas has led to another block of questions which require resolution, and it's needed not only in the good governance reforms but also in the whole spectrum of the questions which is not opening the potential of this block. So nowadays we have a few draft laws, for example 4298 on the delegation of powers, and it's really a unique thing that we are talking about these kind of things of decentralization during the martial law, because we do understand that there might be the situation where the vertical can be formed from the president until the grassroots level, taking account the martial law. But nevertheless, we have the opportunity to discuss decentralization, and that is unique all around the world and in the history of the world. And the country is with the war ongoing, and we are talking about decentralization on the sides, and this kind of delegation of powers is really important for us, because in different regions we have some not understandable things which where the martial law is misunderstood, and there is some tension in some certain oblasts, and the faster we will understand that, the faster we will delegate the powers, the sooner we will have the breaks which will be useful for us. And of course, I will not be able to cover everything, and I think that everyone will add something on themselves. And the second thing, which is also very important, that is the salaries and the conditions the heads of gramadas are working in, because they lack the human resources, and the salaries are very low, and they are not meeting the market requirements, and they are creating the tension when we have 200 to 300% bonuses, but nobody speaks about the regional salary, and therefore we are change to think. But even though we have some certain disagreements, because the salary is the minimum salary is lower than the minimum living minimum, but this change is positive because they will have some certain level of salaries, and you will not need to discuss anything with anyone about the proper salary. And probably the biggest block for us is the financial decentralization. And for our gramadas, the key thing is the personal income tax, according to the place of registration. But there is going to be a big discussion, because we continue the internal dialogue on this, because all the gramadas which we consider successful, they are successful due to different approaches, a bit different approaches, because they involving the business, which are paying at the place of registration. That is going to be a difficult discussion. But in European practice, we can see that only Ukraine and Romania are paying the taxes according to the place of the registration. The next block is administration of the local taxation, and nowadays it is a part of the roadmap of decentralization and the action plan of the regional policy. The strategy, the state strategy of decentralization. And to be brief, for the tax authority, it is not KPI, I mean the taxation, and therefore the option of paying the land and real estate taxation is really important, volunteer payment. But beside this taxation, for small gramadas, especially the rural place gramadas, we have some resources which could have helped gramadas to be more efficient and to have higher capacity. That is the wood question, and we still have the draft law which suggests to take the land without approval of the forest or the lands from gramadas, and that are huge territories which should be owned by and managed by gramada. That is a question of the water resources, and together with the parliament we work on a few amendments which will help to manage the internal water resources that are lakes and other water resources, including the industrial areas like River Dunay, and also Black Sea area, and also lots of other resource components, and we can work a lot on them, and in our agenda we have it. Another block I would call social services in the broad understanding, and that is educational questions, I mean the rural villages and their optimization, and also the question of the medicine reforms, because nowadays, this question is really important for small gramada communities. So that are the three blocks we consider the task for ourselves and for the parliament and for the government in the framework of the future decentralization. Thank you, Mr. Ivan Slobodianyk. I think that all the questions you have marked are really very relevant, and they require time, and we do not need some really significant efforts, but we need to understand them and to approve. And in this case, we have the coordination of all of these processes, and I hope that our ministry will keep this leader's role. Today we also have the Association of United Gramadas. We do not have the United Gramadas according to the law of United Gramadas, and we still have the association, because this association has united those who were among the leaders, among those who believed in the reform, among the first one who believed in this reform. And today we have Svitlana Spazheva. She is a deputy a deputy of the association, and at the same time she is the village council of Pokrovska Hromada, which in 2017 started to work according to these new decentralization conditions. And I think you have something to say, because you believed in this reform. Do you have kind of feeling whether did I have to do that or not? Do you still believe that you have chosen the right way and that we are moving to our new victories? First of all, I would like to thank on behalf of all Ukrainian Association of Communities, because we have the opportunity to join the open dialogue of the self-government 10 years on March, because we are the youngest association, and for 8 years we are on march together, successful and invincible. And today I would like to use this opportunity and ask all the heads of Hromada communities, to every self-government worker, and to thank, because we have proved that decentralization and decentralization reform and those unity and those resilience we have shown in the beginning of the war became our main component of resilience. And I would like to say that me personally, I felt when we decided to unite in 2016, in 2017, we were functioning and as an amalgamated territorial Hromada community. We are the changers, and I'm not going to just repeat my colleagues' words. And we feel that we have the platform and the opportunity to discuss all the challenges which we have today, and to have the channel for communication with the executive and legislation authorities. And in association, we found the magnet which is holding all of us together. And today, when we are talking about our dialogue, I've learned a lot of things. I have taken down notes. I wouldn't say that it's interesting, because if I say that it's interesting, it will mean nothing. But it is useful. It is something useful, because we are going to use it on our meetings of. But speaking of the policy of changes, all of us, we were talking about the same things. We were talking about responsibility of the governance on each and every level, on the basic level, on sub-regional and regional or central level. We were talking about trust, because wealth of every Hromada community starts with trust of the civil society. Today, we were talking about how important it is to have the high-quality diagnostics of the legislation, which is made. And today, we're talking about the compromises. Today, we have to understand that the reasonable position, the basic regional and central levels for our legislation to be implemented for the Hromada communities and for its people. We were talking about the dialogue, not a competitive dialogue, but a compromise dialogue, and it is at most important, and we need to have communication, interaction, generalizing all the stages we have to work on after the second successful stage of implementation of decentralization reform in 2021-2022. I'm not going to repeat what was said before, but we have to normalize all the directions of all our work in the framework of legislation we need for the future, because it was really weird when we were talking about managing the local taxations and non-willingness of the heads of Hromadas to see the obvious importance of these processes, but we need to form the high-quality registers, and it's not our responsibility nowadays. So we are ready. And another stage today, we were talking about the development of the territorial Rada communities, and I think that this development. So it has to be done in this way, territorial Rada, sub-regional, regional, and central level. And we have to talk about the strategies which we should have, starting from the state level, and then regional, then sub-regional, and basic level. And today we were talking a lot about the openness of the public authorities, about good governing. And therefore, the conclusion is that we are ready, and once again, we are ready to undertake the responsibility and decisions that no decisions for civil society without civil society should not be taken, and that is our position of the heads of Rada communities, successful and invincible together. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Svitlana. And let's move forward. So I have already mentioned Vyacheslav Rublev, Association, Ukrainian Association of regional and local councils, and we also have Tetyana Yehorova-Lutsenko, president of all Ukrainian Association of Rayon and Oblast councils, and in the past, association was not always active, but that is the past. So probably at that time that was the situation. So we would like to hear what in your opinion should be changed to improve the system of coordination both on the regional and sub-regional levels, because I have already said that we cannot talk about decentralization when we forget about the part of this authority or about some local authorities, and at the same time, how can we provide constitutional status of Radas, which according to legislation express a common interest. So we have to consider the system itself, and it's important for every level to have clear definition, clear responsibilities, clear functions. And what is your opinion about this problem we're discussing? Thank you, Mr. Vyacheslav. The youngest head of association. As far as I understand, the association, which is the oldest one in our country, since and by the way, you're related to the association. So first of all, thank you very much for this important event dedicated to the annual celebration of the 10th anniversary. And I heard very important information in the beginning, which is really useful, and the information I would like to share with my colleagues. And before I briefly answering your question, everyone knows these answers, so that is subsidiary principle of the responsibility delegation distribution, and we have to find the consensus on how many levels do we have to have in Ukraine. And I'm always saying that cutting something is easier than putting something together. And when there are so many different thoughts on whether we have to have regional councils or not, and of course we think that yes, we have to have them, but nevertheless we are going to talk about it when we will come to the end of the decentralization reform. And I would like to say an important thing, which Mr. Andriy Sadovy has mentioned about the union, about unity of our country. And when we had the summit in Brussels, the cities and regions, and there were the participants not only from the European countries and we had actually the participants from all over the world. And I cannot mention this. We were opening this. The president of Oblast and Rayon councils was the participant of it, and I would like to thank our colleagues, the association which supported us, the association of communities, and also the association of the cities, and they have signed the letter that Ukraine will be represented by the committee in Forlipi, and we will be presiding together with Mr. Padego by the president of the Rayon and Oblast councils, and I hope that I will fulfill your expectations. Of course, we work as association very actively, and on this summit we have presented 24 representatives of Rayon and Oblast levels, and it's really nice that the representatives of cities were all together with us. So we were all together, and our European partner have seen our unity, and that is also very important. Of course, there was a question, when decentralization will be over, and did it stop? And all of us understand that me as a Kharkiv Oblast administration, I can say that decentralization is ongoing, not only as a representation of Oblast and Rayon councils, but also as the representative of Kharkiv Oblast administration. And my colleague, the military administration, from military administration, he is waiting for his floor, and today in the evening we will have the meeting on our operative actions, and it means that in Kharkiv this decentralization reform is ongoing. It was never stopping, and as Mr. Rublev was mentioning mentioning the cooperation with the military administrations and the and different councils, it's something really odd. But if we have this kind of example, it's not only Kharkivska Oblast and Kharkiv, where the Oblast administration and the head of the Hromadas communities, they cooperate, they have good relations, they have common points, and they are developing the area, and they are not fighting about the sovereignties, and they do understand that during the war you can do not things like that, and they have very good constructive work. They have sessions, they have meetings, they are approving budgets, and so on and so forth. So it's important who is working on the sites and what kind of heads do we have there, and they have to feel that the local authorities and the self-governance will not be weak when they will see that there are some power abuse. So therefore I urge you for the constructive cooperation. Another important message which was mentioned on the summit, we were talking about decentralization, and Ms. Azarkhina and Shulyak were presenting, Ms. Azarkhina and Shulyak were presenting the roadmap and this reform for the entry from the reform. And our delegation is said that it's okay, super, we completely agree with it, and we work intensively on this with the government and with the office of the president on the finalizing of this reform. But we have contacted our colleagues, the mayors of the cities and the heads of the Hromadas, for them to contact their representatives of the central authorities on support of Ukraine, on support on armed support, because if we will not finish this war, if we will not win, in this case decentralization, finalizing of the decentralization process will be postponed. Therefore our active position is that we, all of us, are united, and it is a single position that yes, we have to work on the laws, on the legislation which will work after the victory. Yes, we have to save the self-governance, not just to preserve it, but it is working in the way that our European colleagues are asking us, how do you survive during the war? And you know, they even do not know the answer. How would they act? And when we are asking the head of the small town, in case you would have faced the full-scale war, do you have the roadmap of what would you do? And they say, no, we don't have. And they say no, and therefore we are relying on the European chart, on the resolutions of the Council of Europe, and when we are making our decisions. But nevertheless, we, unfortunately, having our difficult experience, and considering all those horrible statements of the aggressor state, and Europe understand that it might concern them in the future, we can give we can provide them with a consultation, which might be important for them as well. But nowadays, when we're talking about decentralization, I want to say that so there was a question on how we should move forward. Yes, of course, we should move forward and take into account the occupied territories, taking into account the situation which our country is facing, and our Oblast and Rayon Councils Association can say that we are the part of all the events which are held. And in fact, I do not have the time to appoint the heads of these events. That can be a committee, that is a congress under the president of Ukraine, that might be your office, which is gathering all of us together. That is a government, and in fact, we are working on many offers, many proposals which probably the committee or the representatives of the government didn't like, and we've heard a lot of things which our association might not have liked, but we've heard that, and we're working in democratic work, and we're united. And Mr. Vyacheslav, you know that we are on the side of democracy, and we want to finalize the decentralization reform. Thank you for invitation, and if you have questions, I'm open for them. Thank you, Ms. Tetyana, and I hope that, and not only me, but also the members of your association hope that you will become the active leader, and you would become the leader in many cases, and you cannot develop the government system if some part of it is not active. And the position which is based on the principles which is mentioned by Andriy Sadovy and you, and we need to look for the union which will unite all of us, to unite all our powers for our common victory, because without it we are losing the sense of any kind of reforms, and therefore it is really important. And you have announced already that we had online Oleh Synehubov, the head of Kharkivska Oblast military administration. I really appreciate that you are with us, and we know that you have a very complicated situations, but nevertheless you found the time to stay with us, and we would like to hear from you some of your thoughts on. So there are some certain things, and probably you feel the things which should have been done right now. And I know that you were discussing this question on the Humanitarian Commission, the commission which you are heading before the next Congress, and you have developed some really good offers. And in the nearest future, they will be announced, and they will be considered by the Congress. And what is your vision? What are the biggest priorities so far in what we have discussed today? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I would like to thank for the invitation and also for the participation in this process in recovering Kharkivska Oblast, that are all the linear ministries. So that was a broad representation from the parliament, and we have good cooperation. And of course, I would like to thank the head of Kharkivska Oblast administration for the cooperation we have. And yes, we are discussing the problems we have in Oblast, in Kharkivska Oblast. And yes, in fact, we live in the war conditions, and Kharkivska Oblast feels it as no one else can feel. And today at night we had a few educational facilities destroyed, and at daytime we also have destroyments. And yes, we have to think right now about reconstruction, and we have 43,000 destroyed objects that are housing medical facilities, and And we have to make an emphasis, what we can see right now, that is the conceptual support in recovering of Gramadas. And we understand clearly when we had decentralization reform, I mean creation of Gramada in 2019, 2020, we had a clear algorithm. And so far, in fact, we can see that it's not enough. Gramadas need mechanisms, and of course, in this case, we have to support them by the international practices. And of course, we have to make the conceptual decisions on separate territories. I do not mean Kharkiv, but it also concerns Kharkiv. I'm talking about Kupiansk, and in this case, I would like to thank Mr. Andriy Sadovy for their personal support in supporting of our city. And also, we know that there are some companies which were the basis of these towns and cities, and now they are completely destroyed, and we need to think about some specific status of the economical and also the taxation status. And I know that there are some certain things, and if we had something like that, the businesses and after the victory, we could have came back to these territories. And of course, I would like to emphasize the problematics which we raised during the Humanitarian Commission of the regional governance, and we need to make the decision on the linear ministries, on the reconstruction of the housing for the IDPs, and on the decision of the reserves of the real estate and where should we build it. And we have to understand that the IDPs and their property, which was not destroyed, but people cannot return to their houses on the occupied territories. And also we have to undertake measures, in fact, on the implementation or the opportunity of implementation of using what should we do with the partially destroyed and we have to think about and we have this question is question ongoing since 2015, and of course and we have to think about building the facilities in Kharkiv Oblast, and we have to that in some areas we can have offlines and that are the decisions which we have to make on the level of the central authorities, and that we could use it. And of course, in the end, I would like to thank for the decentralization processes which are ongoing, and Kharkiv in Kharkiv, and local authorities. They are alive, and of course they need some support, and also regarding the salaries, because they are under the constant shellings, and yes, we have the support, the methodological support in recovery and all the processes which are ongoing. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Oleh. Of course, today you're representing the executive power branch of power and the president of Ukraine and the cabinet of ministers, and at the same time you're a quasi-executive branch of power of the Oblast Council, and it's really great that you have mutual understanding in this part. And nevertheless, when we are talking about decentralization, and the representative of the and the experts and the representatives of the councils, I think that they understand. We have to speak also about the enhancing of the institutional capacity of the local administrations, oblast ones and rayon ones, because we cannot speak about only hromadas when we are talking about decentralization. We have to enhance both of them, and I wouldn't call it even a branch. It's there are two wings. The territorial system of organization of power is held on, and in this question we have to pay more and more attention to this, because depending on the efficiency of the work of the executive branch of power, many efficiency of the self-governance depends on it, because in this case we are talking about coordination and interaction, and for some reason I not always like it, and I'm shifting in this case to the expert part, but very often we are talking about supervision on whether the decisions are legal or not. It's not the main objective of the law 4298. That is one of the functions. It's like it should have been in a different way. So who is against being legal? Who is against all of these things? It's everyone has to meet the requirements of the law, and 4298, it's the distribution of the powers between the oblast administration and the rayon administration. That is division between the local councils and the others. And together we have to fight for this law, because it is beneficial for self-governance, it is beneficial for the local authorities, and it is beneficial for the state, because the territorial strength is the strength of the state. And thank you very much for participation, and of course I wish you strength, and I wish you, it's even hard to say something, I wish I could say peaceful, but I think that peace will not arrive soon on these areas. We will not have soon these quiet nights and days, and Kharkiv is the city a lot of things depend on. Thank you very much for your work and for your participation in this event. So, dear colleagues, I would like to thank all of you for your work during this panel, and I think that this panel was successful, and I wish to all of you success, and see you later. And now I would like to invite of the dialogue, and that is, once again, I would like to underline the experts, and we have the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers, and maybe they will give us some kind of diplomas of the experts in some certain issues. And I know that there are national experts of the international technical support, and we actually didn't manage to implement it, but that are the national experts. That is a higher level than the honorable experts. That are the national experts who are with us today and who are also listened by all Ukraine. And I would like to say that from the point of view of the expert, that is to evaluate the actions, the decisions, to evaluate the statements of the governors you've heard, and from this point of view, in medicine it is called to give the diagnosis, to say that the one is healthy, that they can move straight forward, and for no one to harm, to hurt. And in 3 previous groups, we had the representatives of the central authorities, of the regional authorities, of the local authorities. So that were authorities, even associations. That are some certain groups which are uniting the authorities, and that is also the government. Therefore, we would like to hear you, because you were with us from the beginning till now, and your opinion on the main topics which are the part of the program, and those statements you've heard from the representatives of the government. And therefore, in the program, we were trying to use alphabet, and Yuriy Hanushchak, director of the Institute for Territorial Development, he likes to say just Yuriy Hanushchak. Please, the floor is yours. What can you say about what you heard, and what shall we do? But I know that the experts have their problems, and we have even bigger problems with the timeline. So why did I start to write it? Because I want to make the text shorter, because I'm always saying something extra to save some time. So please. Up to 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes, and 5 minutes, 5 minutes. But first one, 5 minutes. Thank you. I don't want to speak about bad things. But if not me, then who? But to tell the truth, nothing is done. I mean, something was started, but the territorial reform is not in force. And at any time, a group of judges can say that it's illegal, that it's wrong, and so on and so forth. And they have common sense in the courts, and that's why. But if they didn't have the common sense, so in this case, everything would have failed completely. But I hope that the feedback will be made, and 4298 will be voted for. Why? Because so far, so what is decentralization? Decentralization is a line between centralizing and authoritarian and neo-feudalism, or the government of the locals. And speaking of the dictatorship, because those ones who are talking about it have actually thought that that they do not have enough thoughts to control the utilities. So that is a good. That is a benefit of our reform, because dictatorship is impossible, in fact, even though there were some attempts. Moreover, I can say that if 4298 was in 2019, in this case, we would have made lots of mistakes, because in this case, the functionality of this administration would have covered all the functional functions, and therefore the military administrations of the settlements would not have existed. Now, the same thing. So if we had the income taxation, we wouldn't have the military income taxation, and therefore, when we need to think wisely, and therefore it's time for us to include some very intellectual things. And when we're talking about the 1st of April 2014, that is the day which is marked as in the calendar. In fact, the reform was prepared in 2008, 2009. But before that, we had Roman Besmartny, who has just said that we just need to do that. And at that time, there were no proper conditions for this to be implemented, because there was idea, people, but we actually lacked. In 2007, 2009, we had also, but the window of opportunities was open in 2014. If we didn't do it in 2009, there are no miracles. Lots of reforms were not implemented because we didn't have documents. So the window is closed and that's it. And nothing is moving forward. So therefore, let's talk about the things which have to be done now, because when the window of opportunities will be open, by the way, now it's not really open. In this case, we will be able to add some intellectual developments. And what do I mean? Remember the word which we will need to use in the future: deconcentration. Because in fact, decentralization and deconcentration, that are two manifestations of intellectual work. The first one is transfer of power, and the second one is a transfer of the executive powers. And both of them require serious, strong intellectual efforts and also the work of the ministries. But the first one is the reaction on the huge challenges which were caused by the right of transferring the decision, considering the opportunities which are provided by the law. And the second one is the obligation to make the decisions, and also this feedback system and the state administration. In this case, I totally agree with Mr. Vyacheslav that the main thing about 4298 is coordination of the territorial hromadas, and that is 95% of work. But not the control, the supervision of the self-government. In fact, they have super beneficial position, because it is said that okay, so in the law, in advance, not to make a mistake, no one wants to go to the court. Therefore, it is said that this is the future. But nevertheless, in this case, I'm asking a very simple question. Where do we have breakthrough in the development of the country? If we can see the central authority, in this case, we can say that everything is bad, because nobody understands who, in fact, because there is no center, no single center of decision making. There is no center, and therefore I can see no progress there. And when we are talking about the self-governance, yes, that is a authoritarian regime, but there is a center, and there is one who is responsible for everything. Yes, in fact, we have a big disbalance, and by the way, on the state level, it's also in the same situation. But nevertheless, we will make the amendments to the constitution when the deputies will stop being afraid, when in fact we will do the reforms and it will fall down as a rape fruit. All these amendments to the constitution, including the normal system when the representative branch of power will not be owned by the central authorities, because in the ancient Greece the process was like that. But for it to work, we have one single thing which we have to do for sure, and I think that it should be, well, probably the main thing. Ms. Azarkhina was mentioning that is the distribution of the authorities and obligations, because intellectual approach always foresees that if we have given the power to someone, it should be absolutely formalized, because when we are talking about transferring some obligations and authorities to someone, we have to calculate it, we have to count it in money, and that is the main thing which the local authorities needed. And then we have institutional efforts to market. Yes, we don't need the second ballot, the second, as for example France has, because everything is moving, and the Rada level, we cannot calculate it as in France they can do. Therefore, they have conservatism, and they have no perspectives. So, by the way, which Vyacheslav Andriy has mentioned, they made mistake. They don't have. We have it, and therefore, in fact, what we are doing here and what we will do when we will distribute the authorities, that will be the thing which Europe doesn't have. We are one step before most of the European countries, because we did not do what we were taught, but we were considering the common sense, the challenges of today, and also some certain mathematics. And the same thing considers responsibilities.
This distribution of power is outdated. The world became more complicated, and therefore the obligations which the state actually has cannot be performed by the state. For example, recently the Ministry of Social Policy has published the draft conception on demographic situation, on the improvement of demographic situation. Are you serious about that? You want to tell me that all the efforts of the state, with all their programs on improving the demographic situation, they were successful? The state is useless in this situation. The state is useless in the issue of subsidies, and many people went to shades because everyone is showing that they get the minimum salary, minimum wage. They are useless when it comes to demographic issues, and the local authorities, they can do something, but for the changes to happen, we need one simple thing. We need to adopt the law on, not the law, but the system of the laws on dividing and distribution of power. Dividing means between the state and locals, between the regional level and hromadas, and distribution is by nature of the obligations, of the powers. And therefore, on the 1st of April, we have adopted not the complex of the laws, but the concept. But I think that, first of all, we need to approve the conception of distribution of powers, and after that we can prepare the laws, because we need lots of them. And that is a thing which we need to do today, on the 1st of April, and I think that we can already think of two things. And may I say the last word? The last thing I want to say is that we need to have the Ministry of Regions to become the Ministry of Territories, because at the moment we have some conflict of the interests. That is my outside vision of the situation, because that is a person who is called expert, but I wish I was advisor, because advisors get salaries. We will have the salaries, and so far we are volunteering for these. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Well, they also invited me to participate as an expert, but I said that I do not have the paper proving that, and I'm also not a consultant, but nevertheless, Mr. Yuri, what was new about what you've said about division and distribution of the powers? What did the ministry say? We have 2 draft laws on the distribution of powers, on the amendments to the law on decentralization, and we have amendments to 33 more laws. And then we have the concept. In our concept, we have the principles of the power distribution, and everything is listed there. But the question regarding relevance, I thought that you will ask this question to the representatives of the ministry, the question regarding the new law, because the new document, because even though it is the 1st of April 2014, yes, this document is not outdated. It has not shown its full power, but we need to update it. And I wanted to ask this question, but there is one interesting thing. They were different people, so we cannot ask the question to only one person who was preparing this document. Yes, okay, you're talking about the Ministry of Regions and so on and so forth. So, okay, great. That is great. And I think that you made a very good emphasis, and I think that Anatoliy Tkachuk will support you. Mr. Anatoly, are you with us online? Yes, of course. You have a strong voice, and you were saying that you will not be able to join. We actually expected you offline. Yes, but I'm listening all the day, and I'm getting tired of listening. But now it's my turn to say something. Well, actually, everyone is silent, waiting for you to say something. Okay, dear colleagues, good afternoon. I'm very glad to be with you on this day. I have posted already 3 posts on this day, and therefore I will be very brief, but in my opinion I will mention the things which were not mentioned today. The first thing, any kind of reform has its set of mandatory elements which are needed to make it happen. The first one is idea, the second one is institution which can implement it, and the third one is a political will which is pushing all the work. So it happened so that in 2014 all of these elements were there and everything was successful. And today, when I was listening from the very beginning the speeches. Before this, I was reading the roadmaps, of course, and I was reading the plans, and I understand that there is nothing about the reform there. They are talking about some very simple things which you can resolve without roadmaps, without political will, without institution, and that's not so complicated. But the other thing worries me a lot. In all of these discussions, we have forgotten that there is the war ongoing. And the war is horrible. This war led to the situation when Ukraine is not an even land where all the laws are effective in the same way. And when I hear about the personal tax income and for it to be paid according to the place of registration, a good idea, but has anyone tried to model it? 4.5 million people abroad, 6 million are all around Ukraine, but these are just approximate numbers because we do not have the clear numbers and we do not have the official numbers, and the difference can be 2 million in official sources. Another thing, today we were talking about a very good, and it seems to be like very good thing. We have to give to the local authorities the administration of the taxation. And then I think of Boryslav Gromada. How much they will collect taxation and how much do they need to administrate the taxation they don't have. We've made evaluation of many hromadas which are along the border and along the front line, And the expenditures, so the administrative expenditures are 120% of the current taxation income. What do I mean? I mean that there is the problem in institution. We didn't have modeling. If we recall 2009, 2014, 2015, we had modeling back that time. We were studying, and all the armadas which were formed according to modeling, they were successful. And those ones which were forming themselves voluntarily, they had issues. Do we have anyone who is making these modeling today? No, we don't, because 647 territories of recovery is just nothing. And the idea that one indicator of the index of tax capacity is the marker of the economic growth is nothing, and therefore to make the next steps in decentralization is impossible without strong institutions, and therefore we have to come back to the Ministry of the Regional Development, and I think that we have to make the Ministry for Integration a part of it, because that is the same thing they are working on. Another thing I wanted to mention is that in 2009 we approved the concept of the reforms of the self-governance of the development of the region, the concept of the education and re-education, but everything was liquidated later, eliminated. But did we do something instead? And when we are talking about decentralization nowadays, we forget that it's just a tool for the regional development, and therefore we cannot consider the next steps on decentralization separately without the regional development. And we cannot forget that today we have 3 macro regions in Ukraine, 3 safety macro regions, which are very different, that are frontline regions, very dangerous, that are central regions, where they have a bit different situation, and rear regions. And for each of these 3 regions, macro regions, we have to have different approaches to support self-governance and development of self-governance, and we have to use the new approaches to the local economies and local safety situations. Well, actually, we could have said a lot about it, but it's a bit difficult to do that, and I really appreciate that I have the opportunity to say what I want the others to hear, what I want the ministries to hear, the members of the parliament to hear, and that was the reason why I was writing, that there were times when we had these kind of discussions where we had vice minister, expert, members of the parliament and the heads of armadas, for us to hear all of that. And I hope that we will have the time when we will hear each other and when we will achieve our goals. Thank you, Mr. Anatoliy Tkachuk, for being with us. And everyone is trying and was trying and is trying to do what is possible so far. And I think that yesterday I told you that I don't mind to organize a big forum, maybe on the stadium, where we will have all the stakeholders. But thanks God we are alive, thanks God we are able to meet, and thanks God we had all the participants who participated this event. And it's very important for the ideas, for the principles to be alive, not to disappear as the sand in our hands. And therefore we are raising this question, and we hope that it will become more public and we will continue working on this issue. So the next participant is Ihor Koliushko, also a very expert or consultant. I do not know his current status. The chairman of the board of the CPLR. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. So now the relations with the government are quite tensed, and therefore I was really positively surprised with this invitation. But nevertheless, I, as well as Anatoliy Tkachuk, I was sitting here and I was listening, taking down notes, and also I would like to mention 7 points, and it's the same number as Mr. Sadovy had. So the first thing, speaking of the 10th anniversary of the concept of the reform of the local self-government reform, of course, it's absolutely true that we have to mention those who helped us to achieve the success we have at the moment. I remember in summer 2023, when we were discussing this topic, at that time we were criticized because some of the people were not mentioned. Today, as far as I understand, Mr. Vyacheslav, you're mentioning everyone who had any kind of relation to this topic. And that is actually good, but at the same time, I think that we should not forget about the efforts of some people. And I was thinking about this question, and I think that after listening a few hours, I would like to say that the reform and our achievements in local self-government reform and the reform of the local self-governance, they are not related to the administrative services. That is the achievement of 4 people. If one of these 4 people was not there at the right time, at the right place, the reform would not have happened at all. And these 4 people, I think that we have to mention them, especially when we are talking about the 10th anniversary. That is Anatoliy Tkachuk. The first person, Vladimir Groisman, Vyacheslav Nehoda, and Vitaliy Bezhin. The rest were helping, working. We had lots of people working on all of these things. But if these people were not there, someone else would have been there. But if one of these 4 people was missing, I'm sure that this reform would not have happened as it happened. And we should remember that. The second thing, we got the questions before the meeting, and we had the question, should we rethink the reform? But I think that we do not need to rethink, because I do not think that we made any kind of serious problems. Maybe we had tactical problems, but the strategy was correct, and we have to follow it. And we have to talk about the development, but not about rethinking of the reform. And therefore, one of the questions was related to the new concept, and I think that we need to write the new conception, to form the new conception, because we have the new stage, the new challenges. We have even more information than we had before, and first of all, we have the necessity to combine this reform with the Euro integration process, and we have the tasks formed by the European Commission, the tasks which we have to resolve, and all of these has to form the new document, the new policy, which would have shown the plan of the implementation of the reform and also the vision of the final stage we are striving for. Because sometimes we can say that the concept of 2014 is sometimes forgotten, or or is interpreted in the weird, so to say, way. And the next thing I would like to mention in this context, we have heard for a few times the word good governance, and as far as I understand, that is what is called good governance, and for at least 25 years, this term was interpreted in one way, and now. So we were discussing about how we should translate it, because we had different options, but from the very beginning everyone agreed that in Ukrainian language, good has a bit different meaning. We could have said that good quality, sufficient governance. But nevertheless, during the last 2 years, the Council of Europe started to use. By the way, was not the Council of Europe. It's that are the ones who are interpreting the Council of Europe, and I think that is not the correct term. The next thing, the fourth thing I wanted to mention is the prioritization during wartime. We were talking about the new law on the local administration. So, sorry, I feel a bit worried after listening for so long. And of course, this law is really needed, but today, Mr. Olena Shulyak has already mentioned in her speech that we have discussed it so much that there is nothing to be told about this law. And in this context, I would like to say that that is one of the examples when some way the committee stopped creating working groups, stopped discussing the draft laws, and stopped involving the scientists. We have the Strasbourg format, and as far as I understand, Strasbourg format was created to divide the process of the preparation of the draft law from the scientists and from the civil experts. And I think that it's not making the draft law better. And for example, in our offer, we have the comparison table with a few dozens of some legal, not only the conceptual, but literally legal things which we have to discuss. And in my opinion, they would have improved this draft law if they would have considered, but we do not have the platform where we could have done it. And I had the opportunity to discuss this draft law on the forums, and I had 3 to 5 minutes. 3 to 5 minutes is, of course, not enough time to present something as an expert. Therefore, of course, what was said by Vyacheslav Nehoda, that the biggest support would have been the common position with the government. And I want to have the common position with the government, but it's very hard to have the common position before we have any kind of dialogue. And this draft law is an example of this situation. The next 3 things, I will be brief because I can see that the time is running fast. Associations. Of course, the role of associations of the self-governance, of course, we would like the role of them to grow in the development of self-governance. And in my opinion, the amendments to the law on the local governance would have helped this process. And of course, the draft was prepared, and I wish associations would have paid attention, and also the government to pay attention to this fact. The next question you were asking, the role of civil society, and I have already mentioned this question before, but I also would like to add, from my personal perspective, I think that it's better to use civil experts when you're involving them, engaging them in working groups, and when you give them the opportunity to work on the draft laws. And in this case, you get good results. And if things like that are not happening, when civil experts are just for the forums, even when Oleksandr Sergeyevich is thanking me on almost each of his meetings, he's thanking me for something. Well, you know, I would have preferred one meeting with this comparison table, and when we cover it, and when we discuss it and discuss the draft law. And the last thing, Mr. Vyacheslav, in your questions, I read the coordination of international technical assistance projects. Thank you very much for giving me the idea by this question. I think that the thing which we've seen recently in the last weeks of the coordination of technical assistance, I'm not going to dive into details, and I think that the result is quite well known. The projects of technical assistance, however, they have closed a few grants. Also, the grant which was issued to the Institute of Civil Society, headed by Mr. Tkachuk, which was efficiently working, which was preparing us for Euro integration and preparing the regional policies. And if that are the new rules of the coordination of the international technical assistance, when the government will be telling the donors who they should give money to and who will not get the money, in this case, I think that our cooperation will not be successful. And I wish people were talking more about these, and I wish these kind of practices would not continue. So on this unfortunately sad thing, I said everything I wanted to say, but nevertheless, I think that local self-governance is the basic of democracy, and I think that we have the bright future, and despite all the threats, we will be able to move forward. Thank you. Mr. Ihor, I do not know how should I finish. You said that I should not be thanking to you. Shouldn't I? Okay. In this case, I will look for this table and we will meet with and check the table. But nevertheless, I would like to thank you for the participation. And that is actually the reason why we gathered this pool of experts to tell not only about your position, but also everyone you listed here. I actually don't know, think maybe I did not invite someone. So yes, of course, there are hundreds of people who deserve to be mentioned and who deserve to participate in these discussions, and we were trying to score everyone, and I do not know why your name was not there and why Yuriy Hanushchak was not in this list. But nevertheless, in the beginning I was saying that we met here not to look back in 1917, and I was not wrong when I named this date. We wanted to look in the future, and I think that the things you mentioned, you were mentioning the future. And you have a very important position. I always respected your opinion because your opinion is always based on the professional approach. And therefore, I would like to thank you for the second time. So, your colleague, Viktor Tymoshchuk, the expert, the only institution which is represented by two representatives, that is a Center of Political reforms and also the deputy chairman of the CPLR board. Thank you, Mr. Vyacheslav. When the experts started, we got a few critical things mentioned, and I would like to start from the positive thing, because I agree with all the policies and about the international experts who consider that Ukrainian decentralization process was successful, and we were it's not finished, but this glass is more than half full, and we need to continue. I think that there are few markers which will indicate whether the reform is finished or not. For me, this marker is where do we have more power, because we understand. We can understand whether this triangle is standing on one corner or it's becoming a more stable figure. We can see where do we have more public officials, in self-governance or in the centralized authorities. If we will have the same proportions as we can see in Poland, in this case I can understand that the powers are the most power belongs to the local self-governments. We gave the most complicated things to the self-governments, the medicine, education, and since 2016 I can name no real example of real power. So you know that that is something that it's always related to the reform of decentralization, because it's not also about the comfort of accessing the services, but also the illustration of accessibility of the services. And it shows us that we should move from romanticism to pragmatism, because the Center for Administrative Services in big Ramadas, that is not regress, but for example, in Kyiv centers, we have 160 vacant places for 400 people working there. People don't work to work there. After 1-2 years, people are leaving. They have a very big expertise, but they are leaving. Why? Because the state treats these centers as tools. Are there new tools? Okay, we delegate it to the centers, and nobody is asking what kind of resources do you have for that. For example, the decree of the Cabinet of Ministers made centers to implement 450 services, and 90% of the services are not being paid for. The compensation from the centers is up to 30%. So this institution is paid by the local self-governments, which are doing the delegated services. The average price of the service 300, and 90% of them are made by the territorial Ramadas for free to the Ramadas. And today we mentioned the draft law 4380 because we live using the money of the others, and we are not paying them. We are paying for the services. We can take some small money, 200 hryvnias for the registration of the marriage, 200 hryvnias for the registration of the private entity. Last week, we have approved the action plan. In the project, we had 4380. So it means, and further, we didn't have it. So there is someone in the government who is against this draft law. And another big block, another big sphere, that is what was mentioned before, the delegation or distribution of the power. Since 2016, this reform was stopped, and probably everyone is tired of me of mentioning drafts, but that is something which we had before the reform. This was possible before the reform. After scaling up, people need to go 50-60 kilometers far to make it happen. Why? Because a Minister of Justice is responsible for it. Minister of Justice is earning hundreds of millions of hryvnias by providing services which are illegal, in fact. And there is the competition between the Minister of Justice and UMS. And in the cadastral system, we have certified private enterprises are going to correct the mistakes in your document. So why do we give this opportunity to the private entities, and why don't we do that to the self-governance? For example, the subsidies. The subsidies are now controlled by the pension fund, and one is asking, for example, for the subsidies in Kharkivska Oblast, and they get the subsidy from Zaporizhzhia Oblast, and in this way we are kind of fighting the corruption. And one is coming to the and they asking whether I will have the subsidy in 2 or 3 months, and they say we do not know because the Karpatska Oblast is working on that. We do not have the trust to the local authorities, and we do not have the trust to the officials, and the systems has become a kind of, I'm sorry, but pervert. And in this context, who is going to give to issue the subsidy? The Territorial Rada, which knows that this person needs it, and who can become the obstacle for the person not to get this subsidy? In the west of Ukraine, you cannot see that this family is actually very wealthy, but they ask for subsidies. So that are the things which have to be delegated to Ramadas, and that is a huge piece of work which has to be done in the next 5-6 years due to the war. It will move slower, but we should do that. And as for the trust to the officials, we should not cancel this cooperation because it's already weird, but nevertheless, I would like to say that self-governance should not face so much pressure. Maybe it sounds a bit strange, but when we were talking about the mayor of Chernihiv, I think that even when we're talking about the military commissioners in Kyiv, let Kyiv citizens evaluate the work of Kyiv mayor. Let the people evaluate the work of the people they elect. And the last two things I wanted to mention, digitalization was mentioned today, but digitalization is not the cure for everything when we are talking about the public services, especially those ones which are very massive, passports, marriages, and so on and so forth. And the last thing, we have heard a lot about the good governance, and we had the idea to rename the committee. And I have the idea to have the idea of creating the Ministry of Good Governance, because the Ministry of Infrastructure will not manage this. We have to have someone who has to work with all of these questions we mentioned today, and we have to do that on the regional and national level. And this liquidation or reformation was something that was made too fast, and we have to recover the Ministry of Good Governance because the reform was not finished. And this topic is the question of the Euro integration. So let's come back to this topic. Thank you, Mr. Victor. The Ministry of Infrastructure have the train which is standing on the spear railway, so it will manage it. Miss Olena Boyko. Olena Boyko is an expert. How the member of the parliament, of the committee, of the previous cadency, maybe I do not remember the number, but you were the member of the parliament. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Expert is something really evil, but today I have the feeling that I am good. I'm very sentimental because 10 years of life is a lot. 10 years for the country is a lot. And what was mentioned by Mr. Yuri, I love you, but I not always agree with you. But today I cannot agree with you that nothing was done. To evaluate the importance of this reform, we have to remember how it started. Just recall, a 330 decree was signed at the moment when we had post-Euromaidan or country, when we had economical crisis. So we had the situation when we had 144,000 hryvnias in our budget for the entire Ukraine. The Autonomous Republic of Crimea was occupied, and Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast were occupied. And in this time, very ambitious and very risky reform was launched. And it is successful in 2022. And in 2022, the new cadency of the parliaments, they are doing the new amends, and that is at a time when we have serious national security problems, and therefore we've done really too much. And maybe, in fact, there will be the time when the other countries will be learning from us. They will be learning decentralization, and I hope they will learn it in the better conditions, better than we have now. And therefore, we have to appreciate these achievements. We have to understand the importance of this reform and to maintain this reform. That is what we had. And what do we have now? We have lots of problems, and these problems are ongoing. The first thing we have to discuss is the problem of continuation of the reform and continuing the plans which we had before the full-scale Russian war. But we have to take in account that we have the wartime challenges and we have to take in account the post-war challenges. It's hard to speak about the self-governance reform. We have a military administration on all of the levels. We have the military administration of the settlements, but that is a thing we had to do to maintain the integrity of the state, and we have to understand that. And of course, there should be the dialogue, and at the time when, from the legal point of view, it's not obvious what should be the next step about the local self-governance, we have to communicate this problem. What will be next? We have to think of the mechanisms, a mechanism which will help the reform to be continued and to continue developing self-government. First of all, that is a legal mechanism. We have talked a lot about it. And speaking of the algorithm of the reform, first of all, we have to have the amendments in constitution in post-war Ukraine. For it to happen, and for it to happen in consensus, we have to talk about these amendments right now. We remember 2019, we had 2 attempts and they were not successful because we didn't have consensus. For 2 times, the draft law was not approved by the president, and there was not consensus between the members of the parliament and between the experts as well. And therefore, we had the committee working group which had to develop the amendments. Unfortunately, February 2022 crossed out these plans, but we hope that there is understanding that the new parliament will come with a new vision to the amendments of constitution on decentralization. The second thing, we were talking a lot about Euro integration and its importance. First of all, we have to remember that we have to draft laws which have to be about Euro integration. 4298, and today we were talking a lot about it. And I would like to remind you that that is the power distribution, and also we have to consider and that is another law which the committee is working on, that is the international cooperation, trans-border cooperation. It is also an important topic for us. As for the rest of the draft laws which are in plan, which we are planning, of course, they are reasonable, but another 2 aspects are very relevant now. First of all, that is post-war recovery. We are talking a lot about it, but some understand the recovery process as just a material basis of the recovery, but we have to talk about the recovery of institutions and good governance, good self-governance in post-war Ukraine. That is coming back to the civil administration that is following the constitution, and the legal justification of this process has to be on the table despite the situation which is happening at the moment. And also another mechanism I would like to mention, that is institutional mechanism. Unfortunately, we can see the question, the problem of the human resources. And of course, we understand that there are mobilization, migration, that is lack of education, and of course, no one wants to work on the low-paid salaries, and we want these people to be highly qualified, and that is a challenge we have to consider, especially when it comes to the east of Ukraine, where we have to bring back Ukrainian governance, but nevertheless we have the same situation all around Ukraine. And when we are talking about the institutional capacity, without the strong ministry is impossible, and therefore enhancing and even the only ministry of good governance or the Ministry of Hromada, the ministry which is going to work only with internal organization of territorial governance, so this ministry is needed, and it's really important, especially in a post-war period. And this ministry could have taken care of the political education of the citizens, as it happens in Germany, where they have the Federal Agency of the Public Education. And that is an important for our consciousness. And now I'm coming to the most important thing, institutional capacity of self-governance. And in this case, we have to revise the status of the deputies of the local councils. This law is very archaic. It has lots of very archaic provisions, and nevertheless, we have to make them more competent, more responsible, and we have to talk about the guarantees for the local council deputies. We have the imperative mandate, which is a shame. If we want to be the part of the European Union, in this case, there will be no support of the imperative mandate, and we have to think about the recommendations of Venice Commission right now. The financial mechanism was mentioned today a lot. I support it. So we have to be talking about increasing the capacity, and even with the war ongoing, we have to do that. That is taxation, that is taxation administration, the way how we administrate this taxation. That is also the thing we have to think about, especially having the problem of the human resources, and then the question of trust. And I think that I'm not going to make a big emphasis on this because it was already mentioned. First of all, we are talking about the trust to the government. That is a communication mechanism which is very important for us to be able to build the strong, capable, dialogue-oriented self-governance and central authorities. Therefore, I hope that the next time, or maybe even earlier, in these kind of open dialogues will be held on the stadiums, when we will have the peaceful sky and the bright sun, when we will not have to have the marathon about the war, but we will have to have the marathon about the successes of the capable self-governance. I really wish to all of us, I wish victory to all of us. A strong Hromada, strong state is our motto from the very first day. Thank you, Ms. Olena. Mr. Maksym Latsiba, head of the Civil Society Development Program at the Ukrainian Center for Independent Political Research. The floor is yours. Thank you. So I was not inviting you so often on the stage, but today I decided that how much time do you need? So I think 5 minutes. Yeah, as Ivanchuk had. Hanushchak, Hanushchak is a very high level. Maybe yes, I agree, maybe 15 years. So, well, thank you very much for this dialogue. But you were right that the role of the expert is to evaluate the progress of the reform, and for the work of the expert to be more efficient, it is important for this evaluation to be told when the government is listening to you, and I hope the government is listening to us. But nevertheless, I have an offer for the next meetings for us to have the meeting, so that in each panel we should have at least one expert from one representative of experts, one representative of self-governance, and we have to unite. And these voices should be not for 4 hours between each other, but everyone should hear each other. So at the moment it's like an expert cato, and when experts are listening to each other. So coming back to the decentralization. Decentralization for me is number one reform and the most successful reform. And Ms. Olena has already mentioned that 10 years ago, when the revolution the active phase on Maidan was over, but that was a revolution which required reforms and changes. That were the reforms which the people wanted. The reform of prosecution, the reform of law enforcement, and of course, the decentralization reform. And we can say that in these 10 years, the most successful reform was the decentralization reform, and it had an impact on the life of each citizen. The rest of the reforms are also important, but decentralization reform so we do not have the reform of decentralization. We have decentralization reform. It's also very important, and it's the most successful. I would like to thank those who were starting it, and those who were doing it, and those who are going to do that in the future, because Mr. Vyacheslav, you are always working with this reform somewhere around. What was very successful? Today we were not mentioning, but in the beginning of 2014 we had financial decentralization when we delegated finances, and we didn't mention one more name, Arseniy Yatsenyuk. That was Prime Minister who agreed and supported 10 years ago. On the 1st of April, he supported this decree, and Arseniy Yatsenyuk, he signed it, and who was promoting these changes to the tax code where we were increasing the local taxes. And what do they get? So his role is very important. And yes, we had united Hromadas, formed Hromadas, and that is great. We started to delegate the powers, and unfortunately it was stopped. So the previous government stopped it, but this government, present is not Russian to do it as well. But that is something where no changes on the legal level was changed. We involved people, we involved Hromadas, and the success of Hromadas, the success of the settlement happens when people are engaged and contribute to the development. And here on the level of the laws, we had no changes. 10 years, no votes, no changes. So all these articles about participation of the Hromadas, no changes were made. And that's really bad. And I'm the last one to present today, and I'm talking about the people, about engaging Hromadas, and I'm the last one who is talking about that. Okay, it's okay. But nevertheless, self-governance, that are people, and Mr. Chernyshov was talking about it. Mr. Chernyshov was saying that there are people, that the strength of the Hromada is in its citizens. And by the way, the colleague, Miss Svitlana Spazheva, was saying, the head of the town, no decisions about Hromadas without Hromadas. No Hromada will be happy if the decisions about them are made without their opinion. So we have to speak about the future. So I want to dream together with you about the future task of decentralization. Finally, we want to see this task and the necessity to involve people, but we have good examples. The OSBB reform, we allowed people to form these companies, and how many problems were resolved with it. And also the state budget. We have lots of small problems which were resolved through the town budgets, the school projects. And what about contribution to the recovery processes? It's really efficient when people are telling and when they are helping to form these recovery plans. So what should we do? Who has to do it? First of all, the parliament. Let's dream, the parliament. The draft law 7283 says that statute of Hromada should be there, and the statute has to have the procedures of the public hearing, of the initiatives, of the public evaluation, of the public consultations, all of these things, all of the Hromadas have to have these kind of procedures. 1,470 of them. The draft law is prepared by the committee for the second hearing, and now the parliament has to put it in their agenda and to approve it. Mr. Sadovy was here today. Do you know that Sadovy's Hromada, the part of Sadovy's Hromada, they are using the statute of 2020. Let's name the names because he cannot respond you. So let's not name those who are not here. So the authorities of Lviv, but nevertheless, you are from Lviv, Mr. Maksym, are you from Lviv? Okay. Because Ms. Azarkhina was saying that she lives in Kyiv. So I'm from Berdychev. But let me finish. All 19 settlements, which are the part of Lvivska Hromada, cannot use the tools, and we need to update it even for Lviv. And I'm from Berdychev, and I'm very glad that finally the Ministry of Justice has approved the new statute for Berdychevska Hromada, where all the tools I mentioned today are there, because governance is progressive there. And the next draft law is about self-organization of the society, especially for the villages, because the village councils left the villages and they moved to the centers, and only one elderly is there. So therefore, it is important to update the law and to give them the new 6319. So, Mr. Nehoda, I would like to say that when I'm going to think, I'm going to name the name. You were the Deputy Minister of Regional Policies. You were the one who developed 6319. That is really good one. It is easing the life of people. And for 1 year, it's been 1 year since it went through the first hearing, and the good governance is not working well because the amendments were made and the working group did not gather even once, and nothing is happening. So we are asking, we are calling, but no dialogue is happening here. I do not know what is happening. The head of the committee is saying, yes, it's important, we will support, but nothing is happening after that. So maybe you, Mr. Vyacheslav, as one of the founders of this law, maybe you can help this process to happen so that we could approve it by summer, because people need it. And also 4254, the law about the public consultations. It is ready. We need to do the amendments, and it needs to be in force now and not 1 year after the war is over. We need to approve it with the amendments. And what can the president do? Mr. Vyacheslav, 5 minutes are over. No, just one signature has to put there, and 6401. Yes, we have written the letter to the president. Yes, it's also important to mention, because that is the first amendment on the transparency and openness of the work of the government. That is translation of the sessions, that is our public decisions, and that is a really good draft law. We have to sign it and approve. And also the cessation of local self-governance. All of these amendments to the legislation, they will be efficient if the cessation of self-governance will help self-governance. They contribute. We are ready to help. The methodical sessions, best practices, and associations have to be the drivers of the implementation of these new reforms, because we have lots of good mayors, lots of good local authorities, and they are really efficient. At least I know 50 of them, 50 of Hromadas, and I've seen how it works. So there is the practice we have to share. Thank you very much. Thank you. Continue helping them. And also the Commission of Good Governance can be helping as well. Well, like you decided to mention all the pains to be mentioned today. It's actually good because you worry about this topic, and that's great. The only thing is that I just do not want to have, I'm an expert, and I'm also an expert. And I think that at some point in some Gramada, someone is doing something wrong. Well, the citizens are the ones who have to evaluate it. I do not have the right to evaluate the work of the city council, of the mayor, if I don't live there. So there will be elections. People will express their opinion. If they like everything, that is okay. Maybe in some other Gramada, so we had idea fix to have the system of the organization of the self-governance in a few models. So some of them want to have a strong mayors. The others want to have the mediocre mayors. So in Europe and in the world, this kind of institution works. So we do not have... our mayor is doing three functions. He is signing the documents, he is the head of the parliament and executive powers. So in Europe, there is nothing like that. So we have to give the citizens the right to choose. We should not make them do something, because that will be unconscious decision. Someone was saying that in one year we made everyone to do something, but more than half of Gramadas made their conscious decision, and even the city mayors, they refused from their positions and they became elderlies. But how did we come to this point? We had some work before that. We were thinking about stimulus, about infrastructure improvements. So I think that the civil society should work not through forcing them. They have to have their options. If the civil society doesn't want to be civil society, if they are not conscious enough, well, they need time. They just have they are just wearing some small shorts. They are not grown up to wearing trousers. So maybe on the examples of some good Gramadas, we can show how it can work. People have to believe, because even positive things, very positive things, even when you're forced to do something, you don't like it. I think that you have to have similar mindset. If you're forced to do even something very positive, you don't like it, because you have to be persuaded. It's not about the discussion with you. It's about some certain visions. When we were talking about visions, it's important for us not to lose our face of the good governor. And therefore, the values have to be built, because I'm already concluding. So I also went through this action plan. The action plan, so I was so glad to see it. And when I start reading it, so the support of this kind of law, that kind of law, that is not the action plan which is opening our eyes, which is opening our doors. And it does not help us to see the general picture. That should be some visional things, mindset things, and around them, that was Mr. Yuri was mentioning. We cannot start writing draft laws about delegation of the powers without deciding on the principles and the approaches. We cannot be talking about self-governance without seeing all the sectors which are not managed anyhow. Some people were mentioning one minister, the others were mentioning another minister or the ministries. So it's disbalanced when on the central level no one is coordinating the work, and the war is not the reason. The war has to mobilize us and has to enhance the coordination to resolve the issues we have, because we have lots of clots. In each of the sectors, we have the clot. We are doing something, we are imitating something, digitalizing something. That's really great. But, you know, the state in your phone is great. But, for example, if your phone is off, in this case, you lost your country, yes? So there are things we have to think about. And, well, what can I say in the end? I would like to thank you. Your participation, thanks to you, I would like to bring some message, to send some messages to the civil society. The idea which covered the people, it's invincible, and we have to carry that. We have to carry on with that. The task of the consultants have to get their salaries, and the experts are volunteers, and that is their nature. So no government, nothing will stop Mr. Yuri, for example. That is his mission. That is his mission in this list. And he's going to pay himself, by the way. And I know some people who didn't get the salaries in 1990s, and he says, "I'm going to pay myself. Just let me work because I need this experience for my pension." And I really appreciate your participation. And I would like to note one more thing. We have Yuriy Severin, the director of the Department of the Regional Policy, and of the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers. So let's put our hands together for him. And do you still work there? Okay. Because I think that you're also becoming an expert with us. So that's actually great when... It's actually very important for the Secretariat of the Cabinet of Ministers and for the other institutions which are defining the policy, for them to hear these talks, because this is free of charge consultations. You do not need to pay for that. You've heard the opinion of the experts, of those who participated, and also Mr. Anatoliy and Tkachuk and Mr. Ihor Koliushko. You just take down the notes and continue with this. Invite them and talk about these reforms. So I believe that everything will be fine, and we will have the good sufficiency of governance. Glory to Ukraine, glory to heroes. Goodbye, everyone.